Всем добро пожаловать, продолжим ходить по концерт. Нужно общаться с полицией. Стоит рассказать им все, что я узнал об убийце.
Sergeant Moo?
Yes.
Have you heard of a man called Marquet?
Yes. He used to be known as the Mole of Montmartre. I heard he's been hospitalized, probably by one of his rivals.
В какой он
Which
больнице?
hospital was Marquet taken to?
The Hagenmeyer Clinic in the Avenue des Hérissons.
Why was Marquet known as the Mole of Montmartre?
Because he lived in Montmartre, I suppose.
Yeah, but why the mole?
I don't know. Maybe he ruined people's lawns.
I'd like to report an assault.
Yes, monsieur? Where is the victim?
I'm the victim. I've been harassed by a pair of thugs.
I see. And where did this alleged assault take place?
Outside the Hotel Ubu. They stopped me as I was leaving and went through my pockets.
Could you describe the suspects, monsieur?
One looked like a gorilla, and the other looked like a weasel. Their names are Flap and Guido.
Bon. I'll get them this time.
Му знает эту парочку.
No way.
Джордж не хочет показывать камень.
That... Does this matchbook mean anything to you, Sergeant?
That's a double-line Swedish with a crosshatch Bergman strike strip. Now, that's unusual. Pre-war Anderson hinging.
Really?
I haven't seen a reinforced Anderson outside of a private collection.
It's rare then?
In this part of the world, yes. There are only 3 places these are made. Taiwan, Manila, and Slough.
Did I show you my tool, Sergeant?
Yes, monsieur?
Would you like to share?
Not while I'm on duty, monsieur.
Do you...
I told you,
Are you sure you don't want this?
don't try my patience.
Did I show you this photograph, Sergeant?
Yes, monsieur.
See you later, Sergeant.
Инспектора, кстати, нет. Может, я еще кому-нибудь позвонить могу? Теперь я, скорее всего, смогу отправиться в больницу. Плюс в музей можно сходить. Ну, давай, Джордж, звони. Кажется, все сломалось. Я просто не могу никому позвонить. Так, сейчас заметил. Да, больница доступна. И музей. Приду-ка я, наверное, сначала в больницу.
I felt a little guilty as I tried the door, like I was about to rob a grave. I gripped the handle with an involuntary tremble in my hand and pulled. The door was locked. There was no sign of the crew of the ambulance.
Может, все-таки можно как-нибудь залезть в скорую? Наверное, нет.
The guy seemed to be practicing his air of authority. Today he was working on his withering stare.
Пообщаемся со врачом?
Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Really? If you wish to make an appointment, see the receptionist.
I'm looking for a guy named Jacques Marquet.
In which department does he work?
He doesn't. He's a patient.
I see. You do realize there are strict policies regarding visiting hours, don't you?
This is important. I have to talk to Marquet urgently.
We make no exceptions to the rules.
It's a matter of life and death.
The well-oiled running of this hospital is a matter of life and death. That's why we have rules.
I think I ought to warn you that Marquet is not what he seems.
Explain yourself.
He's in league with a bunch of guys who want to take over the world.
Nonsense. Besides, Marquet's employers have paid in advance for one of our most exclusive private rooms.
Его только деньги волнуют.
Could you tell me who Marquet's employers are?
Certainly not.
Look at this, Doc. It's a genuine medieval type gemstone.
Yes, so I see. Remarkable.
I have to take this gem to Marquet. He might be able to explain its significance.
My dear chap, Marquet has other things on his mind right now.
Like what?
His catheter, for one.
Катетер, это, наверное... Не знаю кто.
Does the name Thomas Merlin mean
Медсестра,
anything
может?
to you?
No, it does not.
А, катетер, это же этот... Медицинский прибор. Сейчас подумал, что это имя. Неправильно прочитал.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamat?
No, sir, I have not.
May I have the honor of shaking you by the hand?
You may not. I don't encourage physical contact between my staff.
Do you recognize...
No. This is a hospital, not a circus ring. We minister to the sick in body, not the sick in mind.
What do you make of this tissue, sir?
If I were you, I'd have the sample analyzed.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, sir, I do not.
Does this tool mean anything to you?
Sacre bleu! That's exactly what I needed in my last operation.
It is?
Не нужен был тебе такой инструмент во время операции.
And a couple of corks. If only you'd been on hand at the time, my patient would have given his right arm for it.
Does this white powder mean anything to you?
No, sir. I do not pretend to know the pharmacist's job.
Thanks for your help. Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Is this the Hagenmeyer Clinic?
That's correct.
I thought I was in a garden center.
Oh, the plans. They were my idea. A little greenery to evoke the spirit of nature. How may I help you?
Цветы тут повсюду.
I'm here to see Jacques Marquet.
Oh, yes. Are you related to our client, sir?
Yeah, I'm his, long-lost brother.
A brother half his age with a different name and an American accent.
Yeah, people always say that. I blame Mom. We were separated at an early age. After a mix-up in the nursery at the Oakland shopping mall.
I've never heard anything so ridiculous in all my life.
I guess not.
Блеф не сработал.
Has Marquet had a visit from a pair of gangsters?
I should hope not. Can you describe them?
A thin guy who looks like a weasel and his friend, the gorilla.
Sounds as if they escaped from the zoo.
Has Marquet been visited by a man in a clown costume?
Oh, no.
You haven't seen a man in disguise?
Well, there's Theodore the Bear. He comes every Thursday to entertain the children. Personally, I think he scares them half to death in that crummy old bear suit. If I was stuck on my back with tubes in every orifice, he's the last person I'd want to see.
Зачем, кстати, я вообще спрашиваю каждый раз про клоуна? Убийца ведь вроде дважды один и тот же костюм нигде не использовал.
So, do I get to see Marquet before the funeral?
That attitude will get you nowhere. My instructions were quite clear. No one gets to see Marquet. So unless you can prove you're a relative or a close acquaintance, you're wasting your time here.
Have you seen this man here at the clinic?
No, sir. And I never forget a face.
What does this gem suggest to you?
I advise you not to flash that around.
Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
Уже больно громкое было. Надо, наверное, потише сделать озвучку.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Have you heard of the Club Alamat?
No. It sounds romantic, doesn't it?
Look at this ID.
So your Marquet's been asking for you.
For me?
Yes. He was shouting your name when they brought him in here. Now, let me see. He was on Ward B12, as I recall. Oh, he's been transferred to... Oh dear. He's on Ward J2. That's
Что не так с той палатой?
Nurse Grendel's ward.
Сестра Грендель.
What's so bad about Nurse Grendel?
She runs that ward like a South American prison.
Keeping a well-disciplined ward isn't a crime, is it?
Well disciplined. In the discipline and punishment stakes, she'd whip the butt off the Marquis de Sade. Everything, I mean everything, is done to a strict routine. 6 o'clock alarm call, 6:10 bowel movements, and woe betide anyone who doesn't have a result. Those patients of hers are like Pavlova's dogs.
She sounds like a
Бедный
real
пациент.
nightmare.
And then some.
If Nurse Grendel is that bad, how come the authorities tolerate her?
She's like part of the furniture.
I was beginning to get the picture. This woman was jealous, with a big green capital J. How do I find Nurse Grendel's ward?
Down the corridor on the left, turn right at the senior consultant's washroom. Right again at the executive coffee lounge. Bear left past the administrator's sauna. And turn left at the end. That's J2.
Я уже забыл маршрут. Надеюсь, его не надо было запомнить.
I'd like to shake you by the hand.
Don't be fresh.
Что ж ты так кричишь?
What does this false...
Oh,
Can you think of...
I guess you could use it to baste a roast turkey.
Is this plaster any use to you?
I'm allergic to plaster.
What does this tool...
Is it a crack detector?
Huh?
Polar
Дефектоскоп.
explorers use them to poke about in the snow.
Oh no. Thanks for your help, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Может, его еще можно расспросить
Excuse
о
me, sir.
медсестре? Нет.
Thanks for your help. As I turned the corner, I saw the source of the hellish noise which echoed through the corridors. It was an industrial polishing machine with an odd-looking guy in tow.
Неприятный звук.
Hello.
What's that?
I said hello.
Oh, hiya.
I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
That's what I thought you said. Don't look so down in the mouth. No matter how bad things seem, I never let life get on top of me.
Oh yeah? What's your secret?
Why, it's easy. All you have to do is smile and whistle this little tune.
You know what? If you start whistling, I'll bust you in the teeth.
It's a deal.
What do you think of this, Sam?
Похвастаюсь камнем.
Oh boy. What is it?
A priceless gemstone found in a medieval castle in Ireland. Get me into Marquet's ward and it's yours.
I don't wear jewellery.
If this gem was yours, you'd be able to buy 100 Mr. Shinies.
Don't be silly. There's only one Mr. Shiny.
Do you recognize this pass?
No, I don't. Should I?
No, but I wondered if you'd seen a stranger flashing it about.
No, sir. But if I had, Mr. Shiny would take care of him.
Do you recognize this matchbook?
You should never ever play with matches.
I know that, but...
People get hurt when they do. They end up in hospital, like the burger lady. She was so burned up, they didn't know whether to use bandages or onions.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Who is it?
That's what I'm asking you. Have you seen him before?
How should I know? You haven't told me who he is.
Take a look at the
Никто
photo.
тут не видел
Yeah.
Хана.
Okay.
Now, have you seen him before?
No,
Would you like to shake my hand?
not until I've washed, if you don't mind, sir.
Даже его нельзя разыграть.
What does this tissue...
You have a cold. What you need is vitamin C.
Take a look at this...
Are you a policeman?
No, this is a clown's nose, not a policeman's. Do you recognize this...
Is that dandruff?
No way.
It sure looks like dandruff.
It's plaster.
Ugh.
Would this tool...
No, sir. Mr. Shiny has no user-serviceable parts. Whatever that means.
Have you seen any unsavory characters lurking about in the quarters?
No, sir, I haven't. But I've got nothing to worry about. What's that, Mr. Shiny? You'd take good care of the rascals, I'll bet you would. With a friend like him, I've no fear of oppressors.
It must be a great comfort.
He is.
Would Mr. Shiny be your polishing machine by any chance?
Please, don't call him that. He's more of a friend than a machine. I've had Mr. Shiny for 3 years, and he's never let me down once.
How come you got so attached to a polishing machine?
I asked you not to call him that. He's got a name, you know.
Yeah, Mr. Shiny. It's just that...
You think it's odd, don't you? I don't mind. The rest of the staff think I'm twisted. I heard them snorking behind me back when I gave Mr. Shiny his weekly pull-through.
Бедняга совсем помешался на пылесосе.
Do you know where I'd find a patient called Marquet?
No, I'm not allowed on the wards with Mr. Shiny.
See you later.
Yeah, take care now. Hey now, you can't go in there.
How come?
I'm responsible for the contents of that cupboard.
Там кладовка.
The door didn't have a...
Надо его отвлечь.
As I tugged the plug out of the socket, the polishing machine coughed, spluttered, and died.
Джо, а зачем ты назад
Mr.
пошел?
Shiny, what's wrong, pal?
Там же можно было обойти, нет? Хотя ладно, он с той стороны пошел. Джордж, иди в кладовку. Халат врача.
Hello.
Oh, hi. No whistling, right?
Right. Are you having trouble with Mr. Shiny?
Yes, I am. I don't know what's got into him today. He keeps pulling his plug.
See you later.
Yeah.
Да-да, он сам
take
это
care
делает.
now.
Я тут был ни при чем.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Oh, hi. Is this Ward J2?
Yes, sir. The patients are ready for your inspection, Doctor.
Thank you, nurse.
You'll need this, Doctor.
She gave me a long, narrow metal box and a stunning smile. Thanks.
Наверное, стетоскоп
Could you
дала.
take a look at the client in bed number 3 now? His name is Eric Sopmarsh.
А, это для измерения давления прибор.
What is this device?
It's for taking the patient's blood pressure, Doctor.
Do you have any clowns on the ward?
Why, yes, we do. A professional clown.
I'll bet he lightens the place up.
Hardly. Monsieur Boissy has been in a coma for the last 3 months.
What's wrong with Boissy?
He was involved in a very nasty accident. A silly stunt involving a unicycle. His current condition is due to post-traumatic shock. It's unlikely he'll ever perform as a clown again.
It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good. Do you have a patient named Marquet on this ward?
Oui, monsieur. He is in the private room at the end of the ward. He has been placed in strict isolation.
Why is Marquet in quarantine?
If you wish to know more, you'll have to speak to Herr Hagenmeier. All I know is that Marquet's room is strictly out of bounds.
Do you know who paid for Marquet's room?
No, of course I don't.
Доктор не упоминал о карантине.
Must cost an arm and a leg.
That's not my concern, monsieur.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I don't.
Do you recognize the...
No.
А почему предметы не помещаются? Ну, те, которых я уже спросил.
Would you like to shake hands with me?
Well...
No, it's okay. Do you recognize this?
No, I don't.
Well, I've been carrying it around for days and I'm okay. Is this plaster any use?
No, it isn't.
Does this tool mean anything to you?
I don't recognize it.
Does this mean anything?
The Club Alamut? I've never heard of it.
Do you know...
No, I don't.
Does this gem mean anything?
It's beautiful, but I've never seen it before.
Thank you, nurse.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Hello? Anybody home?
Who are you?
My name is Dr. Stobart, and I'm here to steer you down the rocky road to recovery.
Dr. Monroe said there was no cure for what I've got.
Your problem is you stayed in bed too long.
Are you sure you're a qualified doctor?
You better believe it.
Ему давление надо измерить. Ну, перед этим я его расспрошу.
What can you tell me about Marquet?
He's the man in the private room, isn't he? That room was mine before I was tossed out like a common squatter.
Do you know what's wrong with Marquet?
They won't even say what's wrong with me. Tell me, doctor, what's your opinion?
It's too early to say.
But I've been here for 3 months.
Но я-то впервые вижу.
What's your impression of Nurse Grendel?
She's a very efficient young woman.
Efficient? You make her sound like a vacuum cleaner.
I've no complaints.
The woman in reception described Nurse Grendel as a monster.
Well, that's simply not true. She's quite strict, but that's her job, isn't it? You've got to have discipline in a place like this.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamut?
I'm not really a nightclub man, Doctor.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, Doctor. Who is it?
A cold-blooded... Have you heard of it?
No, Doctor. I'd rather...
Do you know...
It looks like...
Do you reckon...
Doesn't that belong to Boissy?
No. I found it in a sewer.
He's a clown, you know. You wouldn't think so to look at him now, would you?
Have you any idea what...
No, Doctor.
Подшучивать над ним не буду.
Does this gem mean anything to you?
No, Doctor.
I'm going to take your blood pressure.
Why?
I'm a doctor. It's my job. Seems fine to me.
You're not doing it right.
I'll come back later. Pardon me, nurse.
Oui, monsieur.
Do you want...
Device for measure...
Yeah, do you...
No.
Thank you, nurse.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Doctor!
Я же уже подходил к тебе.
What is it?
You haven't taken my blood pressure.
Видимо, нужно узнать, как правильно измерять давление.
Seems fine to me.
You're not...
Of course.
No.
I'll... Pardon me, nurse.
Oui, monsieur.
Thank you, nurse.
Au revoir.
Может, он мне подскажет.
Hello.
Oh, no, we're...
Right. See you later.
Yeah.
Еще кто-то пришел.
Hi.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me.
Aha! You must be the new boy.
Меня не узнал.
I must be.
Well, stop wandering about and make yourself useful. Bernie, come here, boy. This is Benoit, my nephew. Can I trust you to look after him?
Конечно,
He is
присмотрю.
fresh out of medical school. It will open his eyes to see a real doctor on the job.
I'll bet.
Show him around. Let him see some real suffering.
Думаю, он за меня измеряет давление пациенту. Так, постой на месте, да я с тобой поговорю.
Hi, my name's George.
Yes, sir?
So what's your name, kid? Bunny. Jeez, and you don't mind?
Oh, I've gotten used to it.
Okay, Benoit, you're gonna help me.
Anything you say, sir.
Поговорю с ним в каком-нибудь месте, где
Right behind
потише.
you, sir.
Hey, Benoit,
Yes, sir?
do you know anything about a patient named Marquet?
No, sir, I don't know much about any of the patients.
I've never met a doctor who admits that he's only human.
I'm only a trainee, sir. I'm sure I'll get the hang of things.
Do you know the nurse on Ward J2?
No, monsieur, this is my first day here. I can't wait to get my hands dirty. I was talking about treating my first patient, of course. I didn't mean I'd get my hands dirty with a nurse.
Shut up, Benoit.
Okay, sir.
Here, take this pressure gauge.
Thank you, sir. What do you want me to do with it?
Well, keep it safe until I think of something.
Я уже придумал, что он будет делать с прибором для измерения давления.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur. I've never seen him before.
Shake my hand, Benoit.
I don't think that's a good idea, sir.
How come?
Dermatitis.
I don't have dermatitis.
I do.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamet?
No, sir.
Follow me, Benoit.
I'm right behind.
Hi.
Так, а как мне попросить помочь его? Может, нужно, чтобы этот мужик сам попросил измерить ему давление? Ну и тогда Джордж
Taking my blood
интерн отправит.
Will you keep quiet? You're disturbing the other patients.
pressure. I'll keep quiet when you've taken my blood pressure properly.
I have to see Jacques Marquet first.
How come he gets preferential treatment? It's because he's got money, isn't it?
I'll come
Именно
back
из-за этого.
with that chip on your shoulder. This guy didn't have spots or...
Так, а как мне сделать, чтобы он измерил давление?
Do you still have that gauge I gave
Теперь
you?
диалог
Ah,
появился.
yes. What do you want me to do with it?
Use it on Eric Sopmarsh.
Okay.
Тут еще охранник.
I'm Dr. Stobart.
Bonjour, docteur.
Странные у него глаза.
Have you seen any suspicious characters on the ward?
Yeah, I have.
A gorilla and a weasel?
No, this was a tatty old bear.
How is the bear acting suspiciously?
Well, he was wearing a homburg.
Is that against the law?
No.
Ну, наверное, человек в
Weird
костюме
for a bear.
медведя. Тут, скорее всего, побывал хан.
Have you heard of a guy called Marquet?
He's in quarantine, Doc, right behind this here door.
Marquet is just the man I wanted to see.
I wouldn't go in there if I was you. He has anthrax.
I have to visit my patient.
What for?
Routine. I have to check he's still breathing.
What if he's not?
I'll sign the certificate and register his bed as vacant.
That's a cold and distant attitude to death.
Well, I've been institutionalized to the point of godlike aloofness.
The white coat suits you.
Thanks. Would you like to...
What for?
As a gesture of goodwill.
On reflection, no.
Are you Tom?
No.
Then you won't be needing this. Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I have never seen him before.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alam?
No. It sounds Middle Eastern.
Catch you later, officer.
Au revoir, Doc.
Marquet?
Yes, I am Marquet. I've been expecting you.
You have?
Well, what are you waiting for? Get in
Думаешь,
your
что я
office.
пришел, чтобы
I
убить
just
его?
want to know what I should do with the gem.
The Lahmar gem.
Yeah, right here in my pocket.
I thought you were one of the assassin.
Not me. I never inhaled.
So, you were sent in my place.
Yeah. You could hardly make the trip to Ireland in your condition. What should I do with the gem?
Deliver it to the Grandmaster. Quickly tell him that I have found the tripod right here in Paris.
You have it?
Not yet, but it's being taken care of. I hired a couple of stooges with a flair for petty crime.
Would that
Он на
be
тех двух
Black
гангстерах.
and Guido by any chance?
You know them as for Klausner. He has gone off to Syria on a wild goose chase.
They have geese in Syria?
He has a theory about the location of the...
That's enough excitement for one day, Monsieur Marquet. What are you doing here?
Talking to this patient, of course.
Monsieur Marquet is my patient. If Herr Hagenmeier was to hear that...
Okay, I'm going. I'd learned all I could from Marquet anyhow.
Ah, there you are, sir. I was just coming to look for you. I finished with your pressure gauge.
Thanks, Bunny.
What's that noise?
Что за
It
писк?
sounds as if someone's having a cardiac arrest.
It's all right. The doctor's in there with him.
Are you sure he was a doctor?
Oui, monsieur. He showed me his ID. It was Dr. Braille.
There's no Dr. Braille working here.
He's an imposter! The door's locked. Help me, officer.
Stand back, monsieur.
Зачем стрелять-то? Могли ногой выбить дверь. Бах, мертв. По возвращении в квартиру Ника.
Hello, George.
I found Jacques Marquet.
Did he talk?
Yeah, he talked. For the very last time.
He's dead.
Yeah, killed in cold blood by a bogus doctor.
That's despicable. What kind of guy would pass himself off as a doctor and take advantage of a dying man? Was it Khan?
No, I don't know who he was, but it certainly wasn't Khan. He got away, out the window. Have you ever heard of the Hashiashin?
No.
Marquet said that they were his biggest enemy.
His biggest enemy was the bogus doctor.
Don't remind me. That guy was evil. He had wild, staring eyes like a dead fish. I'll never trust a doctor again. Do you think the assassin was responsible for killing Marquet?
I don't think so. He could have finished him off the first time. Besides, Marquet would have recognized him.
He was pumped to the gills with sedatives. He wouldn't have recognized the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse unless they'd introduced themselves. Maybe not.
Прибор для измерения давления остался мне.
Do you want this photograph?
No, you...
I guess I'd better go back and talk to that weirdo.
Which one, Rousseau or Sergeant Mou? Oh, but you're referring to Andre.
I'll let you work it out.
Пора сходить в музей. Отлично, в этот раз профессор тут.
I beg your pardon. Are you Andre Lobineau?
That's me. You want my autograph?
No, I was told you may be able to help me.
Help?
My name is George Stobart. I'd like your professional opinion.
Well, okay, shoot.
Does the name Montfaucon mean anything to you?
Sure, it was the most grisly spectacle in Paris until the Revolution.
A public toilet?
Montfaucon was the place of execution for many thousands. A dark temple of death, with row upon row of arches, each one framing a grim exhibit. Scores of rotting corpses swung on creaking rope, while the crows devoured their flesh.
That explains the image of the hanged man. I found a reference to Montfaucon in Ireland, in a village called Lochmarn.
Lochmarn? That's where Pegram was digging.
That's right. He'd left the excavation before I arrived. Do you know Pegram well?
Not really. I met him at a conference. I would have liked to talk to him in depth, but I didn't have time.
When was this?
Oh, back in the summer, July, I think.
I think you ought to know that the tripod is going to be stolen.
The Lochmarn tripod? No.
It's true. I can give you a description of the thieves.
Before the supposed event has taken place?
Вообще-то я сам хотел украсть треногу.
They're wasting their time. The tripod is protected by a state-of-the-art alarm system.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Where was the site of Montfaucon?
To the northeast, near the Canal Saint-Martin, but there's nothing there now. The old gibbet was torn down during the Revolution.
Have you ever heard of the Hashashin?
Why, yes, it was a radical Muslim sect whose name became synonymous with murder. It was formed in 11th century Persia, shortly before the Crusades.
At roughly the same time as the Templars.
Yes, they gave a new word to our language, Assassini, the assassins.
Why don't you loan the tripod to me for safekeeping?
Because I'd never see it again.
Well, don't you trust me?
It's not a question of trust, George. That tripod is hundreds of years old and extremely fragile.
I get your point. How did the assassins get their name?
From the legends surrounding the secrets of their initiation rites. A young man who sought to join the sect was given hashish until he drifted into dreams. He awoke to find himself in a fabulous garden with everything he could wish for. The freshest water, the most delicious food, the choicest hash, and the most delectable women imaginable.
Cool. Do you have the address?
I haven't finished the story. There was a price to pay for this taste of paradise.
Wouldn't you just know it?
The young man would wake the next day to find himself back in the real world. He was told that he'd been given a glimpse of the heaven reserved for holy martyrs. A heaven he would enjoy for eternity if he was willing to join the Hashashin.
Вербовали людей с помощью наркотиков.
How do the assassins operate?
Well, as I explained, the new recruits would be only too willing to die for the cause. They'd be instructed in the use of the dagger, poisons, and disguise. Then, the Grand Master of the sect would name an enemy of Allah.
And they'd stop at nothing to eliminate that enemy.
You got it. They were fearless and deadly.
Does the cult of the assassins still exist?
Take a look around at the world today. You tell me.
What do you make of this?
It's the biggest gemstone I've ever seen. Where did you get it?
From Professor Pegram's messenger boy.
Did Pegram find this on his dig?
Yeah, the site where this was found was a Templar castle. Do you think it could be part of the Templar treasure?
No, I shouldn't think so. You're not one of those crazies who think the Templars still exist, are you?
Well, I try to keep an open mind on the matter.
Не верить в тамплиеров. Может, он слышал про клуб?
Alamut is the name of the place where the Hashashin were based.
Where is it?
Somewhere in what used to be called Persia. I'm not too hot on modern geography, I'm afraid. The most recent map I have shows America as an English colony.
I'd like to shake you by the hand, Andre.
Not now, Georgie.
Does the guy in this photograph look familiar to you?
No.
I'd like your opinion on a medieval manuscript.
Vraiment? Do you have it with you?
No, it's too fragile. And besides, there are certain people who'd stop at nothing to get their hands on it.
Intriguing. Do you have a copy of the text?
There isn't much. Only a few Latin phrases. I was kind of hoping you'd help decipher the pictures.
Without seeing the manuscript, that's a tall order.
Just tell me one thing. What does the image of two men riding on the same horse suggest to you?
The Knights Templar. Does the Templar seal appear on this manuscript? I'd love to see that for myself.
Can you tell me anything about the Knights Templar?
I sure can, Georgie. Soldiers, diplomats, mercenaries, monks, bankers, you name it, the Templars fit the bill. The greatest fighting force in Christendom, the militia of Christ.
Jeez. How did the Templars get their name?
From the building in which they set up their headquarters. The King of Jerusalem gave them part of a mosque on the Temple Mount. It was said to have been the site of the original Temple of Solomon. The order became known first as the Knights of the Temple, and later the Knights Templar.
You're a mine of information, Andre.
Glad to be of help, Georgie.
How come the Templars became so wealthy?
There was a constant stream of new recruits to their ranks, many from noble families. They were required to swear a sacred oath of poverty, chastity, and obedience. So, their money, goods, and lands were donated to the order. The Templars soon held land in France, Scotland, England, Spain, most of Europe, in fact. The poor Knights of Christ became the wealthiest power in Christendom.
Давай все рассказывай о тамплиерах.
Was never found?
Who knows? So little knowledge of what really happened remains. Or, if it does, the truth has never been made public.
What do you mean by that?
The Templars have attained mythological status, like the King Arthur of the Britons. There are people even now who say the Templars still exist.
Do you think that's likely?
No, not for a minute.
Придется его отвезти к Николь.
The manuscript is being looked after by a friend.
In Paris?
Yeah. Not far from here, in fact.
Well, just give me the address and I'll come round and take a look.
I'm not so sure about that. Maybe I should check with her first.
A female friend?
Yeah, she's a woman. This friend who has the manuscript?
Oui, the anonymous girlfriend.
She lives at 361 Rue Jarry.
Да, Джорджа хотел сначала спросить у Николь
Just as soon as I can.
разрешение. Ну ладно.
Thanks for your help, Andre.
You're welcome.
Don't you think better? What's the not so? Yeah, see that.
Попробуй спрятаться в саркофаге.
It is closing time, Monsieur Lobineau.
Already, there just aren't enough hours in the day.
More than enough for me. I can't wait to get home and put my feet up.
Eh bien, see you tomorrow.
Good night, Monsieur.
Quit fooling around, you moron! Get your ass over here and bring that flashlight.
Толкнут это на них.
What the... Who's there?
Let's get out of here!
Возвращение в квартиру Ника.
When I woke up, I was at the police station. Luckily, I managed to persuade Rosso I was innocent.
Poor Georges.
What a mess. I bungled the whole thing.
I don't think so. You made a pretty good job of distracting those two crooks.
Yeah, but the killer got away with the tripod.
No, he didn't. He's not the only one who can dress up in costume.
You mean it was you who stole the tripod? Oh, hell, Nico. I could have been shot.
Those dogs are more likely to shoot their own feet.
I just wish you'd told me your plans. We're supposed to be in this together. And how come you dressed up like a pantomime cat?
Don't sulk, Georgie, please.
Oh, rats. And don't call me Georgie.
Oh, I really thought you'd be pleased. After all, we've got the tripod.
Никой молодец. Я думал, что Лобина уже будет тут, у нее.
Oh, by the way, I had a visit from André Lobineau.
Он до этого заходил.
I hope you didn't mind me giving him your address.
Not at all. It was lovely to see him again. He was over the moon when I showed him the manuscript. It's not often he gets that excited. He made a sketch of the knight's crest to take back to the museum. I believe he's identified the family who bear that crest.
I sure hope so. Nothing happened.
Yeah.
The gem fits perfectly, but what does that prove?
Maybe the tripod has to be in a certain location.
There's nothing on the manuscript to indicate where, though, is there?
Я ей треногу забрал, да?
No way. Let's take another... There's a guy with between them. There's a... But the... A night through... Did I show you this?
Huh?
I'd better get back to...
Мне сейчас либо в полицию, или же в музей. Во. Монфасон еще появился на карте. Попробуй сходить сначала в музей. К Лобину.
Hi, André.
Hello, Georgie. Hey, I visited Nicole's apartment.
Yeah, she told me you came by.
Ooh, quite a fine Georgie boy. I didn't expect anything quite so sexy.
I hope you're referring to the manuscript.
Oui, of course.
What did you make of the manuscript?
It dates from the time of the Crusades.
We guessed that from the Templar seal.
It's a story and pictures like a modern-day comic book.
What story does the manuscript tell?
I don't know. It was probably produced for the tourist market.
Tourists?
Oh, we pilgrims in our thousands on our way to Jerusalem. The tourist trade is nothing new, you know. It's been around for centuries. Ever since Joshua made a packet selling souvenir bricks from the walls of Jericho.
Have you deciphered any of the images on the manuscript?
There's very little I can be sure about. The slang of the bull could be a reference to Mithras.
Who's he?
A Persian god, almost as popular as Christ at one time. The only thing I can be sure of is the knight. He's Spanish.
How can you tell that?
The writing on the shield, the reference to Ave Maria. No self-respecting knight from Northern Europe would have borne a coat of arms like that.
Can you identify the knight's coat of arms?
I already did, Georgie. He's a member of the De Vasconcelos family from the Costa Calida.
Were they famous?
No, they're not mentioned after the 15th century.
Oh.
The spotlight of history moved on. They're probably long dead.
Так и быть, покажем ему треногу. А, нельзя это сделать.
Thanks for your help, Andre.
You're welcome.
Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur?
Do you know anything about the Knights of the Temple?
No, sir. Not a sausage.
The sign on the tripod says it was found at a Templar preceptory.
It does?
Yeah. It doesn't mention John D. at all.
Most remiss.
You don't know anything about the tripod, do you?
No, I don't. I never had much of a start in life, you see. I owe what little education I gained to my uncle. He was an optician, but he also doubled as the village school teacher. He taught me the alphabet. Wait, 19 letters of it. The bottom row of the chart was too small even for him to read, so he left them out.
Why don't you start over and enroll for adult education?
You know, I never thought of that. Do you think if I studied hard and did all my homework, I could be a professor of history?
Да, обязательно станешь профессором.
Dream on. Do you know anything about medieval manuscripts?
Not me, monsieur. I am no scholar, though people often mistake me for one.
Это дело вроде уже было.
And they ask you to park their car.
They ask me to. They ask where. Of course. No.
Do you recognize?
No, monsieur.
I guess not. Thanks for your help.
Еще одно кафе.
Excuse me, officer. What do you know about the Knights Templar?
Les Templiers. Only that they were excommunicated in 1312 and hanged in their dozens within this very square.
Boy, what they teach in the police academy these days.
No, monsieur. I read it on that board over there.
Shouldn't you be off directing traffic or something?
You have seen the Parisian traffic, no?
Yeah, so?
I could direct the traffic. The most dangerous, the east side of Rome. Or I can sit here and enjoy the sun, the architecture, and the Sauvignon. Which would you choose?
Yeah, but I'm not a policeman. What happened to duty?
An excellent question, monsieur.
И на этот логичный вопрос он решил не отвечать.
Have you seen this man before?
No. Who is it?
I believe him to be an international assassin.
Oh.
Is that all you can say? Oh.
I did wonder if I should say that I believe you to be an international paranoiac, but it didn't seem polite.
Do you know what this is?
It's a sewer key.
Does this red nose mean anything to you?
Aha! A prosthetic nose. Very significant.
It is?
No, I am just having a little joke.
Take a look at this.
Ah, an electrician.
Does this matchbook mean...
The pattern looks Middle Eastern.
I'll see you around.
Oui, monsieur.
Ладно, оставлю его в покое.
There was a small crowd of 5 sightseers. It's a weird thing, but you can take the most intelligent people in the world, put them in their vacation duds, and hey presto, they look like morons. Why is that?
Нельзя ли его напиток украсть? Похоже, нельзя.
In the middle of the square was a manhole. I wondered if there might be something relevant beneath street level. I had no desire to talk to the crowd. Hey, you with the balls.
Oui?
Does this lab pass mean anything to you?
You work in a lab.
No, try again.
You steal lab passes?
No. Well, not as a habit. This was a special case. Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
You smoke?
No, I don't.
In that case, it means nothing to me.
It didn't seem right to fry somebody's palm when they make their living with their hands. Look, a red nose.
Oh, you say, whoop-de-doo.
How did you learn to be a juggler?
Juggler? What is
Juggler.
this juggler?
It's you. You juggle, that makes you a juggler.
No! I am a jongleur!
A jongler? What's that?
Mon Dieu! A jongleur is an artist, a master of the contragravitic aeroballetic mysteries. In centuries past, the courts of the crownheads of Europe had the jongleurs, witty, erudite men to whom the monarchs turned in their hours of need.
Wait a minute, wait. Let me get this straight. Our enemies are at the borders, plague ravages the land, and the peasants are revolting. Thank God we've got Chuckles the Jongler to throw his balls around. I don't think so. That juggling doesn't look so difficult.
Oh, it does not, does it not? Perhaps you feel you could do better, no?
I'll give it a try.
Be my guest.
I had no idea what I was doing.
Жах, только не убей
Obviously an idiot, so how
зрителей.
difficult could it be? A lot more difficult than I thought. That's how difficult. Still, it was my big chance to be derided by complete strangers.
Not so easy after all, is it?
No, I guess not. Hi again.
Oui?
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
Le Templier? Ah, the last Grand Master, Jacques Dumoulin, was burned on an island in the Seine in 1314.
Wow. You're pretty well educated for a juggler.
No, monsieur. I read it on that board over there.
Look.
Ah, you are a clown.
A clown?
No. If so, you would be a much better jongleur.
For a moment, an idea capered around near the spotlight of my attention, but fell down the pothole of abstraction before I could focus on it. Have you seen this man before?
No.
Does this grease paint mean anything to you?
A red nose, and now grease paint? You are sure you are not a clown?
Well, I was distracted by the idea again. Caper, caper, caper. Plummet. Nope. Gone again.
Тут, скорее всего, нужно вниз спуститься.
Au revoir, monsieur.
И для этого нужно от него избавиться.
Hi again.
Oui?
Look.
Ah,
But this guy.
I do not want...
Oh, I'm not.
It is...
What do you...
It is a medical...
Feast?
Incroyable! Is it real?
I think so.
Some people believe that great gems always have curses upon them.
Oh, that's garbage. Although, now that I think about it, both of the people who had this before me disappeared in mysterious circumstances. And The guy who was supposed to get this was shot and then murdered in his hospital bed. Do you want it?
No, thank you.
I've got a medieval tripod.
And my Uncle Claude has hemorrhoids. So what?
Does this plaster interest?
Well...
Forget it. Forget that I asked. Catch you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Ладно, пока оставлю их.
Hello again.
Hello again.
Новых реплик нет.
I'll see you around.
Oui, monsieur.
I didn't have time to sit around. A row of old pews, beautifully carved and glowing with polish. I thought of all the people who must have sat here over the decades. All those Parisian derrieres, firm buttocks of the young ladies, the flabby...
Джерс, ты о чем думаешь?
That wasn't a pleasing image, so I went back to the young ladies. Whoa! A knight, there in the company of his fellows. Biblical references engraved into the tomb edge to guide his way to the next world. I guess. A stone knight lay in full stone armor, blank eyes looking at the ceiling. Carrying all that armor around must have been hard work. A stone knight, A scroll was a symbol of scholarship. I knew that much. A scholarly knight. That rang a bell. A very Spanish bell. On the end of the staff was some kind of disc with a cross on it. Around the base of the disc was a hairline crack. A statue
нужно
of
будет
a
что-то
knight
использовать.
holding a staff and a scroll. The statue had any secrets. It was concealing them pretty well. Excuse me, Father.
Pardon?
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Not at all, monsieur. It will be my pleasure to help you.
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
You have come to the right place, if that is your interest. Many of them were executed in the square outside. It was a disgrace to France.
Well, the Pope was right behind it, though.
Clement V was a man of mammon, not of God.
That's kind of forthright for a priest, isn't it?
You think so? It is hard to be sure what happened. It is so long ago.
How long have you worked here?
Hardly work, monsieur. This is a calling. I have been helping Father Flambert for nearly 6 months now.
I guess you don't know much about the history of this church, then.
Just a little.
You've got quite a shine on that candlestick.
Ah, oui. Anything less than best would be an insult to the Almighty.
I guess so. I never thought of it like that. Maybe not.
Ничего полезного мне не рассказал.
What do you think of this?
A precious sleeve and valve? What?
Never mind. How about this for a gem?
It is very beautiful, monsieur. And yet, I feel that there is an air of suffering about it.
I thought about using this, but I couldn't do that to a priest. I have here...
Ah, oui?
There's grease paint on this tissue.
Oui, you are correct.
I've got a red...
Oui, so you have.
Oui.
Have you seen this man before?
No, I have never seen him before. My sister brought back a shillelagh.
I've got a medieval tripod.
Monsieur, you are a walking treasure house.
Catch you later.
Au revoir.
Так, что мне сделать с этой статуей?
Well, I could have just taken the end off the staff. But I wanted to be sure what I'd be getting out of vandalizing a church, other than deported. I could see that what had it per discipline sound on the end of
Что еще тут может подойти?
Maybe not. A stone. On the end of the staff was some kind of... I didn't recognize the biblical story in it. I was a Sunday school dropout. In comparison to its neighbor, it looked pretty plain. Somehow. A knight. Hello again, Father.
Bonjour, monsieur.
I noticed that the stained glass window on the left looks more modern than the middle one.
You have a keen eye, monsieur. The original window was destroyed in the last war. It was as old as the church, early 14th century.
Oh, man, that's awful.
Oui, a terrible loss. Still, the church and the other windows survived.
Это вообще что такое?
Do you speak Latin?
You ask this of a priest?
Okay. Can you tell me what per disciplinum meam lux videbus means?
Let me see. That would be, by my teachings, you will see the light. I think.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Catch you later.
Следуя моему учению, ты видишь свет. Пока фиг знает, что здесь нужно сделать.
On the end of the staff was some kind of disc. Per discipline. A bit of a stained glass window. Wow. Hoping for a big insight while squinting through a hunk of statuary had been pretty optimistic, I guess.
Это мне ничего не дало, да?
A statue of a knight holding a staff, and the statue had...
Мне кажется, у меня стало больше предметов. Вроде ничего нового нет.
Hello again.
Bonjour.
Is the right-hand window original?
Oui, monsieur.
Catch you later.
Au revoir.
Hey, you! What do you think you are doing? Leave that comer alone. Now.
Sorry, no harm
А
intended.
я думал, меня
Stay away from
жонглёр остановит.
Hello again.
Hello again, monsieur.
What do you think?
A blood...
Do I look like...
No. If I...
What do you mean?
Whoever heard of a plainclothes clown?
He had a point. So you're saying that if I juggle badly with a red nose, I'd be the king of comedy. But if I juggle badly without it...
You look like a pathetic loon. Oui, monsieur. You have it.
Нужно, надев, красный нос, пожонглировать.
Do you know what this...
Ah, I read Hollywood.
If you tried to... It's plaster of Paris.
It for one often. Allah.
What do you...
Delight.
Hell no.
Then.
I'll see you around.
Вопрос только в том, как это сделать.
Hi again.
Oui?
I'd like to have another try at juggling, please.
You have gone on a crash course, perhaps?
No. I just had an insight into presentation.
Huh?
Allow me to demonstrate. The balls, please.
If you insist on completing your humiliation, monsieur.
Okay, now for my secret weapon.
В этот раз
The
зрители довольны.
juggler was speechless with rage. You could have mistaken him for a mime. And without a word, he collected his balls and left in a fury.
Один мячик оставил.
Hey! You forgot one of your balls! Hey! But he didn't hear. Better still, deprived of his entertainment, the gendarme decided maybe he ought to do some policing for a change.
Толпа не
I had no
расходится.
desire to talk to the crowd. If I wanted to get deeper into these catacombs, I was going to have to get onto that path. If the near edge hadn't crumbled away, I could have jumped it easily. A weird little boat lay tied up. I guess they used it to get maintenance crews around. On the boat was a winching machine. The hook lay in a
Лебедку, наверное, надо
chain.
прикрепить к стене.
The wall had flaked, and anything once written on it had long since gone. The inscription was hard to read, but I made out Templier and something about innocence. My medieval French isn't much, but the few words I understood seemed to say, "This is where the gallows used to stand." Maybe. On the boat, there were 3 arches. The hook lay in a...
Круг пока нельзя взять.
The door was a handsome piece of work. I pushed against the door, but it seemed to be locked. It was the bright red ball I'd...
Я сделал, опять заболел.
It was time for some brutal destruction. Hey, that's hollow! I'd poked a hole in an historical site. If any archaeologists came by, they'd lynch me for this. There was some sort of mechanism hidden inside the wall, with a lever in the middle of it. Here goes. The secret door had jammed. I couldn't get through that gap.
In the beginning was the end. An end wrought by our enemies began our darkness. In the end will be a beginning. An end to our enemies heralds our new day.
Report. The military establishments are in flux. The end of the Cold War has left them with no clear goal and as obvious targets for budgetary cuts. We have successfully promoted a sense of betrayal in the upper echelons. They feel that the politicians have cast them adrift. The pattern is emerging. Our time is now.
Good. Mademoiselle?
Governments are giving the corporations more respect than their own citizens. A groundswell of dissatisfaction and dissidence is growing. The corporations are becoming too large and complex for their own executives to control them. A blind belief in market forces is accelerating this trend the world over. The pattern is emerging. Our time is now.
The global population's belief in those that govern it has never been lower. We have inculcated a sense of immediacy and action over forethought and planning in all the major governments. They are acting on hasty decisions that cannot be completed or revoked without appearing foolish. The pattern is emerging. Our time is now.
Excellent. The tired old governments are dying a slow death from their own incompetence and our machinations. Professor, where is the broken sword?
As we discussed last time, with the loss of the manuscript, our search is as a corollary hindered.
And as discussed last time, you have been furnished with a dramatically increased budget. What have you been doing with our money, Professor?
We are working on the principle that the Templars, that is to say our predecessors,
Hold on. These are the Templars?
Must have left a trail when they were hiding the clues to the sword of Baphomet's location. I have a small army of historians and archaeologists ferreting out that trail.
I trust these historians and archaeologists are more trustworthy than your friend Pegram.
Pegram was loyal. He tried to protect the Lochmarn gem when the Hashashin came near.
And failed. And don't call that Syrian maniac the Hashashin. He's an assassin. Plain and simple.
That's not what he believes. He actually thinks.
Silence! Do I have to remind you that we have a sacred duty? A trust? When Philippe attempted to destroy the Order, we lost the sword and our power with it. Now we have the opportunity to reforge it. But time is short. We need results. Not petty bickering. Not excuses. Now, Professor Baphomet.
Yes, of course. My apologies. We will find Baphomet and the sword, manuscript or no. We have already found another element actually within Paris.
Excellent. What is it?
Well, we're not exactly sure at present.
Ha!
But I have my best people working on it. You would do well not to criticize others, Eklund. At least I have not murdered one of our own.
Of course. That guy was the bogus doctor in the hospital.
Marquet was a liability. Eklund dealt with him on my orders.
I beg your pardon, Grandmaster. I did not mean to.
Have you any good news for us, Professor?
We already know 3 of the elements. We know that Klausner had obtained the lens before he vanished.
Where was he?
Syria. We know that he arrived, but after that, nothing.
The assassin.
I fear so. It's a shame. Klausner was a good operative.
This will be our last meeting in person until we locate the sword of Baphomet. I hope that I don't need to emphasize the importance of finding it. Without it, our endeavors come to nothing. With the sword reforged, we will have the power to sweep the stage of all opposition. The next time that we meet, it will be to become the princess of this world!
Wow.
Как они все влезли в одну лодку. Значит, тамплиеры ищут меч Бафомета. Нужно их опередить. Место под треногу.
Maybe. In the middle of the circle was a stump, a shaft of daylight from the world above. The tripod's feet fitted neatly into the notches on the top of the stump. The light, falling from above, struck the gem and scattered in 5 neat rays, and each ray picked out a letter. Starting from the left, I could read M-A-R-I-B, Marib. Now all I had to do was figure out what the heck that meant.
По возвращении в квартиру Ника.
Nico, I've seen them.
Who?
The Templars. I spied on their meeting in the catacombs.
And you saw the Knights Templar?
I saw a bunch of guys masquerading as Templars. They're after something called the Sword of Baphomet. The bogus doctor was there, the guy who killed Marquet. The manuscript is the key, just as we thought. It shows the way to the broken sword, whatever that is.
And how does the assassin fit into all this?
He's out to stop them. These Neo-Templars, they're men and women in influential positions. Don't you see? Plantar was one of them. The assassin killed him for the manuscript, to stop them finding the sword.
But now we have got the manuscript.
Yes.
So, how do they hope to find the sword?
I don't know. They said something about a lens and a guy called Klausner who's gone to Syria. But they didn't seem to realize the significance of the very site of their meeting. You see, after they'd gone, I discovered a stone pedestal and a carved inscription. I set up the gem on the tripod, directly below a beam of light. The gem split the beam and lit the letters M-A-R-I-B.
Marib is a village in Syria.
Then the Neo-Templars are ahead of us. Klausner beat me to it.
You're not thinking of going there yourself, are you?
Why not?
These guys are crazy and dangerous. That reminds me, you should leave the gem here.
Okay. What about the tripod?
I'll send it back to Andre, anonymously.
Is there something going on between you and Labano?
What business is it of yours? We agreed all this, the clown, the Templars, strictly business, remember?
Yeah, but...
So get off my case!
Отшила Джорджа.
No. Do you think I should go to Marib?
Syria is a long way, Georges.
Есть еще поместье, де воскончало. Ну я уж отправлюсь в Мариб. Несколько часов спустя. Просто вышел и ушел.
There were some great bargains on the shelf, providing you ran a junk museum. Hey there, young fella. Speak you the English? Speak you the Anglese? Parlez-vous anglais?
Yes, si, and indeed oui, and rather better than you by the sound of it. My name is Nijo. Welcome to my grand emporium of quality merchandise.
So, this is your stand?
Oh, yes, sir. Though stand does not begin to do it justice. The finest in this bustling metropolis.
This is a bustling metropolis?
Well, not per se, no.
How much are those books there on the shelf?
Have you any Syrian pounds?
I think I might have a couple of Irish pund.
Then they're too expensive for you, sir.
You speak very good English.
Thank you, sir. I learned from tapes that my uncle procured.
Oh, a language course.
No, sir. Jeeves and Wooster. Gussie, Fink, Noto, Aunt Agatha. What ho?
That's not a very friendly cat you got there, Nijo.
No, sir. It is a very unfriendly cat.
Why do you keep it?
Oh, it's not mine. It just rests where it pleases. And today it pleases to rest there. As Kipling would say, it is a cat that walks by itself.
Fiercely independent.
And it
Моя
smells.
кошка такая же.
Is that your father lurking in the back of the stand?
He is indeed a roaring fellow. Ayub's his name.
You don't sound like you respect him very much.
Don't I? Not only do I respect him, I rather like him. For all his bluster, we get on very well.
Does the word Templar mean anything to you?
Templar. Ah, Templar. Templar! Why, yes, of course.
It does?
Yes. A splendid series of books by Mr. Leslie Chatteris, featuring the roguish Mr. Simon Templar.
Great. That's a real help, Nijo. Anything else?
The Saint television program featuring Mr. Roger Moore of the quizzical eyebrow and a stick man with a halo. Bing!
So all Templar means to you is Roger Moore.
I only watched it for the stick man with the halo. Bing! He was better animated.
So I'm correct in saying that the word Templar doesn't mean much to you.
Well, there was the Order of Knights who were wiped out in an inquisition in...
Все-таки он знает о тамплиерах.
That's them. What else do you know?
Just how much information do you think there is on a Trivial Pursuit card?
A what?
From the medieval edition. We had it on the stand a couple of years ago. Ask me what a feuter is. Go on. I know all this stuff.
Never mind. Okay, forget about the Templars for a minute. What do you know about knights?
Like the Crusaders, they came to the East on an insane and pointless mission. They sacrificed thousands of lives, including their own, for insensate pride. How anyone can find them romantic confounds me.
Have you seen this man before?
No, sir, I'm glad to say. Cold eyes.
What do you make of this?
Well, beyond the obvious, very little. That pattern seems very familiar, though.
Do you know the name Merlin?
I'm afraid not.
What do you think of this, eh?
Oh, sir, what a splendid plaything. One day, when I am rich, I am going to build a world-renowned collection of brightly colored balls.
Are you serious?
In deadly earnest. People will come from far and wide to see my...
Yes?
...collection. The Rockefellers and the Gettys can keep their hordes of so-called fine art. But answer me this. What good is a Picasso, I ask you, if you cannot bounce it off a wall?
You may have a point.
Грандиозные планы у паренька.
This plaster was very useful in Ireland.
Really? Your fund of travelers' tales never ceases to enthrall me.
What can I...
Don't tempt me to...
Seriously, do you really think...
Take it away, you tempter.
I'll swap it for something off your stand.
Due to seasonal financial considerations, I'm afraid I cannot.
I thought you wanted this thing.
I do, sir. This stand doesn't.
Which in translation meant it's not really my stand, and I'll be in big trouble if I swap anything for something that I want myself.
Alternatively, is there any service that you require?
Not at the moment, but I'll bear it in mind. Here, shake hands.
I'd rather not, sir.
Look at this. A lifting key as used by...
Kalay, sir. I must remember this day for posterity. My grandchildren will be fascinated.
Издевается.
What do you make of this?
A man-sized double-ply tissue stained with Bestheimer's number 12 white pancake grease paint, apparently.
So long, Nijo.
Toodle peep.
Насколько я помню, что-то с кошкой надо сделать.
Hello. I was wondering whether you could help me.
Why, hi there, handsome. What can I do for you?
Hi, my name's George. I was just...
Well, it certainly is delightful to meet you, George.
My name's Mrs. Henderson, but you can call me Pearl, I'm sure.
Okay, Pearl.
So nice to meet a friendly American face so far from home.
Pearl?
Yes, dear?
I was just wondering if you could help me.
Why, sure, precious.
So, tell me a little about yourself, Pearl.
Me? Oh, a gentleman's interest is always so flattering. Well, my husband and I run a greetings card company in a cute little place called Akron in Ohio.
Akron? Cute? Little? Have you talked to the boy on the bric-a-brac stand?
Oh, you've met him? His name's Nijo, you know. Oh, he's just so cute, I could die. I'd love to bundle him up and take him back to Ohio.
He might not thank you.
I'm looking for something ancient, you know. Something to impress the folks back home. The poor boy was trying to do his best, but we still haven't found anything.
Is your husband around, Pearl?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes, he is. Sorry to disappoint you.
Не волнуйся, ты меня не расстроил.
Have you ever heard of a group of knights called the Templars?
Sounds familiar. I remember. Dwayne had a book. The Holy Something and the Holy Something Else, I can't quite recall. I read a little of it.
And?
Seemed like a lot of hooey to me.
Do you know anything about medieval weaving?
I do a little needlework, but gosh.
It's okay. It was a long shot. What does this mean to you?
Gosh, is this some...
No.
Oh, well in that case it's a red ball.
Have you seen this man before?
No. A friend of yours?
No, not really. I've got some
That's not...
Does this matchbook mean...
You're a Phellonist?
Don't they have secret handshakes?
Oh, George, now you're teasing.
Have you ever heard of...
Merlin?
No, Merlin.
Moulin?
You haven't, have you?
No, darling. No Moulins.
I liked her too much to zap. Do you know what...
Lord, no.
It's a sewer.
Who'd wanna...
What do you think of this?
Oh, looks scientific. It's a blood pressure thing, isn't it?
What do you... I've got to go now, Pearl.
It's been...
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello.
Перл, я не хотел с тобой говорить.
Is your husband around, Pearl?
Well...
I've got to go.
It's been...
The stand was hawking ancient machine parts. How did this guy make a living selling useless old machines? Hi, I was wondering whether you could help me.
Why, sure, son. Always got time for a fellow American. The name's Henderson. Dwayne Henderson.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Henderson.
Hell, boy. I'm not in the office. Call me Dwayne.
Oh, okay. Dwayne? My name's George Stobart. I saw a medieval picture of a woman. Royalty or nobility, something like that. She was looking in a mirror, but the reflection was of a man with 3 faces. What do you think of that?
I think you should be in therapy.
Do you think bulls have any significance around here?
Weird question, George. Nope, I don't think they have.
Have you talked to Nijo?
Nijo? He's the youngster on that junk stand, right? Yeah, we've met him. He's a smart kid. Speaks 4 languages, and he's never had a day's formal education. He should go far. Kept trying to peddle garbage on us, though.
You're not gonna find much worthwhile around here.
I know that, and you know that. But try telling Pearl. She reckons there's antiquities in them there stands.
Do you mind if I ask you an odd question?
Okay, but I might not answer it.
Do you know anything about the Templars?
The Knights Templar?
Yep.
Nope. Nothing at all.
Well, you knew they were an order of knights.
What I know and what I say are 2 different things, boy. I haven't lasted as long as I have in this business without knowing that.
In this business?
Sure. The greetings card business.
Oh, please.
Подозрительные они.
Does the image of a knight holding a crystal ball mean anything to you?
Hell no. What would a knight want with a hunk of glass?
I don't know. That's the problem.
What's wrong, boy?
It's not a crystal ball. It all came together in my head. What the conspirators had mentioned losing. The strange perspective of the manuscript. It's a lens. You're a long way from home, Dwayne.
Could say the same about you, George.
Me? Well, I'm just sightseeing, that's all.
Without a camera? Kinda lax to come all this way and not take pictures. Mind if I take a picture of you, George?
What? Why? Ow! You could have warned me.
You don't mind, do you, George? The folks back home will be real interested.
Where is your wife, Dwayne?
Pearl? She's around, looking for bargains.
How long have you been married, Dwayne?
Hell, must be 30 years now.
What exactly do you do, Dwayne?
Didn't I say? Oh, I run a greeting card company. Yep, we're based in Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland? Pearl said you're in Akron.
What was that?
Nothing. Just thinking out loud. What do you think of this?
It's a ball.
What do you...
A blood pressure gauge.
I'm carrying... Do you know the...
Nope.
Does this matchbook mean anything?
Nothing.
What do you make?
A manhole lifting key.
Hey.
Hey, how come?
Yeah. Shake hands.
Why?
Just being friendly.
Let's just be friendly by keeping our hands to ourselves. Yeah?
What do you think?
You've been...
Have you seen it?
Maybe. Where'd you get it?
I just picked it up somewhere.
Sure. I'm always picking up photos of complete strangers and then asking around.
Да, вообще все так делают.
Ow! Damn it!
There. I've got another picture of a complete stranger. Maybe I'll ask around about this one.
Look, I've got some...
Yeah, and I've got a picture of me shaking hands with George Bush. Of course, that was back in '76.
Okay, well, I'll see you around, Dwayne.
Count on it, George.
Осталось пообщаться с торговцем шашлыками.
The merchant was selling fruit. I decided I might have some later. Hi, what's your name, sir?
Hello, hello, you buy kebab. Moscow.
What do you make of this?
You buy kebab.
What do you think?
Buy kebab?
What do you
Он, видимо, только одну фразу знает.
You buy kebab. You buy kebab.
I'd
Nah.
Does this mean...
No.
I'd...
La.
I'd...
La.
What do you think?
Buy kebab?
What do you mean?
You buy kebab?
Well,
most...
In the still air, the smell hung around like bad smells do. The stand had kebabs dangling from the canopy. As a marketing device, it lacked something. I figured going out into the countryside would... The carpet seller had an impressive collection of wares. If I had the time and the money, I might have bought a couple of rugs.
Подозрительный мужик.
Muruba! Hello, sir!
Тут такой же символ, как на спичках.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
Ah! Give to me! Give to me! Alamut!
Many beneficent greetings, my most fortunate possible friend.
Huh? Do I know you, mister?
No, no, and again I say, no. But, my friend, do you not see our mutual good fortune in this meeting?
How frank do you want me to be?
You are a traveler, yes?
Boy, you must be the world's greatest detective.
No, I am told that is Sherlock Holmes of the big forehead and slipper full of shag. I, as contrast, am world's greatest luxury taxi driver.
I can see where this is going.
I am Ultar, taxi driver and luxury guide per excellent. Yes.
This I had to hear.
Where does your heart desire to go? Simply mention the name to your obedient servant and we shall fly there, swift as the eagle.
Oh, well, I don't really want to leave Marib yet, but I'm sure that if I do, you'll be the first to know.
Is good. You know where you want to go, you come to Ultar.
Thanks. See you around, Ultar.
Be having a pleasant day, full of shining experiences and happiness, my friend.
Помощь гида мне пригодится.
I hadn't felt a need to spit since I was 12. The outside of the ornate spittoon was beautiful. The inside wasn't. Even if I'd wanted to spit, my mouth was too dry. The spittoon was nearly full. What did they sell here? Drinks or expectorants? Damn, the door's locked. I'm sorry? Did you say something?
He say you not to go in toilet. Read sign, matey.
Matey?
It lose something in translation.
By staring hard at the notice and squinting, I discovered I couldn't understand a word of it. I knew the door was locked. Hi! Nice club you've got here. I was wondering if you could help me. What? I mean, I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, but I don't...
Он вроде ничего не говорит.
No surprise there,
Просто
alrighty.
пальцем
He say
показал.
sorry, but he not speak English.
But he didn't say anything.
He not have tongue.
No tongue? What happened?
It was bet.
And he lost.
He won. You should see other chappie. Oh, yes.
Hello again, Ultar.
Praise be to Allah. I am blessed with your bountiful presence once more.
This place is certainly hard to find.
Oh, yes, it is most exclusive. The membership can be no more than... Kind sir, what would you guess the population of the village to be?
Gee, I don't know, a couple of thousand?
Then I would estimate the membership to be no more than a couple of thousand.
Секретный клуб, который посещает вся деревня.
What do you make of that boy in the market, Nejo?
Nejo? Ha! Ayub's boy is too big for sandals. I speak splendid English and he laugh. He say, Ultar, you big ox, you split infinitive. I say, I split your head if you stay still long enough. Ha 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 ha. Ho 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 ho. Pretty funny, yes?
Hilarious. You should be on cable. What do you know about the kebab seller?
A most miserable man. Ultar say, cheery up, matey mate, it might never happen. And he say, shut up, Ultar.
Fancy that.
Not at all. Arto has face like the drizzle that falls on the midweek afternoon, whatever that is.
Have you met the American couple?
Have Ultar met them? Have Ultar met them? Yes, Ultar have met them.
And?
They most ungenerous. Ultar offer to show them wonders of countryside. They say, is there anything ancient? Ultar say, yes, of course. Nature is ancient. They say, no, anything ancient made by men. And Ultar say, have you seen Taxi? Fan belt older than Ozymandias. Ha 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 ha! But they gone.
Could you tell me what that sign means?
It's a door stay shut until brush come back. Signed, the management.
Oh, well, what does that mean?
Manager buy lovely new toilet brush, leaves it by wash machine for 10 minutes. Come back, it been stolen. Not even out of wrapper. He damn cross. Lock up toilet and say, nobody use fine pristine toilet until brush given back. We say, what we do till then, eh? He say, cross legs and use superior willpower.
And that's what you've been doing?
No. Ultar use bucket.
Do you know anything about the Templars?
Of course.
Yes? What can you tell me?
Great she-bop band of the 60s.
No, that's not really...
Who put the bop in the bop, 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 bop?
Yeah, eternal questions. Have you seen this man before?
Oh, most certainly. Was here only yesterday.
Here? Yesterday? My God, he's close.
Yes, he was asking a lot of questions, just like you.
What did he ask about?
He asked about American called Stoby.
Stobart?
Yes, Stobart. You know him.
The killer knew my name. What else did he ask about?
He asked about German man called Klobner.
I tried to remember the name of the man the conspiracy had lost in Syria. Was his name Klausner?
Sure, that is what Ultar said. Klausner. I told this man in the picture, Klausner wanted to go up to Bull's Head.
Hold on, he wanted to go where?
Bull's Head. Big hill, 10 mile out of town. Maybe 60.
When was that?
Oh, maybe a week ago.
What can you tell me about this Bull's Head Hill?
It's most magnificent. Lovely views. Worth visiting. Yes, by indeedity.
How do I get there? No. Let me guess.
You need fine luxury guide to take you there in air-conditioned taxi.
Woe is me. Where can I find such a guide?
And Ultar is most luxurious guide for most literally some way, in any direction.
Gee willikers, lucky old me.
Are you desirous of my pleasant and luxuriant service?
All right, let's go.
First, I regret the formalities. A trip to the Bull's Head, 50 Yankee dollars, please.
$50? I don't have $50.
Oh, most unhappy event. Ultar then sorry, but he cannot take you on ride of lifetime.
Hold on, Ultar. Is there nothing I could barter with you?
Word that it was so, beloved friend. But my taxi needs gas, and its muffler needs the muffler doctor. Trading not possible. My heart weeps for the injustice, but it's box or zip, or unfortunate American.
Well, I still don't have any cash on me, American or otherwise.
Oh, unfortunate, most extreme. The delights of the Bull's Head Hill then must wait, I fear.
$50 надо где-то найти.
What do you think of...
Is most...
What do you...
Is...
It's a blood
pressure gauge.
This is a key for...
You carry some strange stuff with you, mister.
Shake my...
Ha ha! Remind me of thing that happened month ago. Maybe 6. Man come up to Ultar, say, shake hands, Ultar. Batman have electric buzz thing in his hand. Ha ha! How we laughed! Then I broke his arms.
I didn't think electrocuting the big Syrian was a good idea. What does this
Nothing. Why?
What do you think?
Not enough to make tasteful garden gnome, for example.
How about a really small garden gnome?
Ultar not think so.
Well, I still don't have any cash on me, American or otherwise.
Oh!
See you around, Ultar.
Нужно раздобыть деньги. Ёршик.
There wasn't much point when I couldn't speak Arabic, and he... The club man... I don't know why.
Hello.
Does this mean anything?
Yes, yes. Ma
In the still air, the smell hung around like bad smells do.
Это ёршик из клуба.
Suddenly, I realized the horrific truth. The guy was basting the kebabs with a toilet brush. Hello again.
Hello.
Well,
most good.
Нельзя его спросить про ёршик.
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there.
Have you met Ultar?
Almost luxurious air-conditioned taxi ride, mister.
Yeah, the cabbie.
Tried to pull a bunco on us. Take us on a wild goose chase off into nowhere.
Have you ever heard of a hill called the Bull's Head?
Can't say as I have. Where's that?
I don't know. I'm trying to find out.
Bull's Head, huh? I must remember that. Sounds scenic.
Может, вместе туда съездим? И вы оплатите поездку?
Have you had any dealings with the kebab seller?
Absolutely not. Pearl's already had one attack of Montezuma's revenge.
Okay, well...
Count on.
The stand was selling some fruit I didn't recognize. This is what travel is all about. Roam the world and discover strange fruit. Hello again.
Why,
Have you met the taxi man, Ultar?
heavens, yes. What a big man. Very muscular.
But you didn't go for a ride.
Why, George, you're absolutely the most... Oh, you mean a taxi ride? No, Dwayne wasn't interested, so it didn't happen.
Have you had anything from the kebab stand?
Heavens, no, with my digestion.
You said that your company is based in Akron.
And Dwayne said it's in Cleveland, no doubt.
Well, yes, he did.
Dwayne was in the Marines in Vietnam, you know. Anyway, he got a medical discharge. Thing is, he gets confused. We moved away from Cleveland 5 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Будем считать, что я поверил.
He also gets a little paranoid. Thinks he's a spy or something.
I'm so sorry, Pearl.
Don't worry yourself, George. We live with it.
Have you ever heard of a hill called the Bull's Head?
No. No, I haven't. Is it nearby?
I'm not sure.
Sounds awful romantic. The Bull's Head Hill.
I've got to go now.
It's been a pleasure, George.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello.
Who's the guy selling the kebab?
Oh, that's Arto. A miserable blighter, to be sure, sir.
He doesn't seem very happy.
He never is. Day in, day out, a face like a wet Wednesday. Whatever one of those is.
Does he speak any English?
Not cogently, no.
Look, this is going to sound a bit strange, but I need Arto's brush.
What? The brush he bastes the kebabs with?
Yes.
Let me find some dirty postcards for you instead.
Nijo, this is serious. Arto stole that brush he's using from a friend, and I want to get it back.
Perhaps I could help you, old chap. Maybe? Perhaps?
Maybe what? Perhaps what?
I do not wish to seem mercenary, sir, but I am a merchant, and merchants trade.
Merchant? This isn't Sears and Roebuck here.
Well, if you're going to be disagreeable...
No, you're right. What would you like?
I seem to recall that you have something that might alleviate my boredom. A globe of delight, a Rubicon spheroid of heavenly pleasure.
You mean the ball, don't you?
A tiny spherular form that barely spans my hand, yet promises hours of amusement.
If you mean the ball, why don't you just say so?
Can I have the ball back, mister?
All right, here you
Отдам
go.
его.
Thank you, sir. People say bad things about Americans, but you're okay in my book.
What people? What bad things?
Never mind that now. Remember the brush?
Right, yes, the brush.
All you have to do with Arto is be polite. It lightens his day, makes it all worthwhile for him again.
How can I be polite to the guy when I can't speak a word of Syrian?
Arabic.
That's what I meant.
Simply memorize this phrase. Il-ach il-kalb.
Il-ach il-kalb.
Close enough. Now, go over to Arto and deliver those
Похоже на подставу.
even unto his delicate ear. He won't be able to do enough for you.
Really?
Really.
What do you know about that couple?
Oh, they're American.
Is that all?
The chap's a little odd. As for the lady, it's a funny thing, but I get the impression she's a lot cleverer than she's letting on.
I met an interesting guy earlier, a cab driver.
Ah, that would have to be Utar, a barbaric sort of chap.
Oh, he's not that bad.
You know how he speaks in pidgin English? That's how he speaks in Arabic too.
That's not a very friendly cat.
No.
Why did...
Oh, as
Pierce.
and it.
So long, Nate.
Toodle.
In the still air, the smell... Hello again.
Hello?
Il-akul kalb?
Filthy! Bad!
Я его оскорбил.
Whoa! Calm down! I just... Feet, do your thing.
Зря, наверное, в клуб пошел. Так, мужик успокоился. Надо к пареньку вернуться.
What the heck did you tell me to tell him?
Patience, sir.
Patience? Patience? I've been chased by a homicidal kebab seller, and you expect me to be patient?
But
Он, наверное,
consider,
ёршик украл.
sir, while you were running from the irate Arto wasn't using the brush.
Hold on. Are you telling me that I've been used as a diversionary tactic?
Your brush, sir.
I can't believe that you put me on that kebab seller's death list for a toilet brush.
The ends justified the means, sir.
Yeah, but I noticed it wasn't your butt that was on the line, though.
They also serve who only stand and wait, sir.
Oh, spare me. Thanks for getting...
Anytime.
So long.
Toodle.
Пойду верну ёршик.
Here's your brush, sir. It wasn't easy getting it back. The manager took the brush from me, gave me the toilet keys as my reward, and stomped off. What was all that about?
Manager, he say, bah, look at state of this. Need much cleaning in detergent before go around my, you bend.
He said all that?
Body language account for much, you know? Oh, yes, indeedy.
Он пошел чистить ёршик.
I hadn't drunk anything since the morning, and I didn't need to use it. Oops.
Отличный бычок.
It was the short length of chain I'd taken from the toilet at the Club Alamat. I hadn't drunk anything.
Не помню, можно ли что-то сделать с бумагой. Наверное, нет.
Hello again, old...
Praise.
What is this toilet?
You got brush back so you could steal chain? You sure strange cookie, mister, yes?
Сам себе удивляюсь.
Well, I still don't have...
Oh, did...
What does Il Akal Kalb mean?
Who teach you that?
Nejo told me to say it to Arto.
And Arto come after you with big knife, yes?
Yeah, how did you know?
I know Arto. You tell him in bad Arabic that his kebab's made from dog meat.
I said he was using dog food? No wonder he went crazy.
No. Ultar not mean meat for dog. Ultar mean meat of dog.
Oh. Ugh.
Look, is this life goal thing I read in GQ?
What is this?
You got brush back so you could...
See you around.
May go...
The merchant was selling... Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi.
What does this toilet chain mean to you?
It means that somewhere somebody can't flush the toilet.
Okay.
Угу. Парень теперь играет с мячиком. Что за статуэтка? Может, удастся ее за полтинник продать? Туристки? Перу?
The statuette looked pretty sorry for itself after its fall, chipped with both arms broken off. Hi, Nijo.
Hello again, sir. And how...
What is this toilet?
Are you building a bathroom?
Do you reckon...
No.
So long, Nijo.
Toodle.
Hello again.
Why?
Do you know what?
My, sounds romantic.
Yeah, I don't think it is, though. Are you interested in antiquities?
Am I? What have you got there, George?
How about this fine statuette?
Oh, George, that would be ideal, except, I don't know. It looks
Только
blue,
что.
George. You'll be trying to make a fool out of me, would you, George?
Догадалась, что статуэтка современная.
No, Pearl. Nothing could be further from my mind.
Может, ее
What do you
надо
think of
как-то
this toilet
составить?
chain?
My, but you're a strange one, George.
I've got
With mine.
I've got to go. Hmm. 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 The grease paint had worked magic. Now it looked like aged marble instead of cheap plaster. Hello again, Pearl.
Why?
What do you think of this fine piece of ancient statuary?
Oh, Matt, that's just what I've been looking for. Just one thing, though.
Oh?
It looks awful similar to that modern one you showed.
Не обращай на это внимания.
Ah, well.
Просто похожие статуэтки.
You see, that's because the first one I showed you was a modern copy of this one. And I sought out the artist who'd done the copy and bought the original. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, George, how can you ever forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive. Believe me. Would you like it?
Would I ever? I'm not carrying the money, though. If you go and find Dwayne, he'll pay you for it. If he gives you any trouble, just tell him that I want it.
I've got to go now, Pearl.
It's been a...
The stand was... I couldn't... Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there, George. How can I help?
Дуэйн, к тебе за деньгами.
What do you think of this?
Good gravy. Looks old.
Yeah, I had to turn this town upside down.
Boy, your luck's better than ours. Looks Roman.
I wouldn't know.
What'll they say back home? How much do you want, George?
Oh, I couldn't. It's the find of a lifetime. I mean...
$50. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. Here you go.
And here you go.
Thanks for the money, Dwayne. This'll come in real handy.
I ought to be thanking you for finding this Roman statuette.
Okay.
Count on.
Теперь у меня есть деньги на поездку.
Hello again.
Pray,
About bulls...
are you?
Well, maybe.
A terrific bargain. Only 50 of your Yankee bucks.
50, huh? Okay, it's a deal. Here's the cash.
Ah, most splendid. As you say, the cash price moolah is correct. Mister, we make with haste.
Where exactly is your taxi? Because the only vehicle I can see around here is an aging Army surplus truck.
Yes?
Ah. Okay, I'll be along in a minute.
Это и есть его такси.
It didn't seem right to take off with the toilet keys, so I left them on the bar. Hello.
Is most...
That's your taxi?
Oh, yes. Most assuredly. Most entirely splendid taxi in all Marib.
Looks like an old army truck to me.
Bah! You Americans with your checkerboard caps and your Judd Hershes. You have lost sight of what a taxi should truly be.
About 4 tons by the look of it.
There, you have hit the nail in the nutshell.
Okay, already, let's go.
Regrettably not, most esteemed pair. There is a minor problem of a tiny nature. The fan belt has taken it upon itself to break.
So, what are you gonna do?
What can I do? I must wait for a ride to the garage for a replacement.
How long is that gonna take?
1 day, maybe 6.
I can't wait that long. We gotta get moving.
But how, my friend?
I'll think of something. Bye for now, Oltar.
May good fortune follow you, mister.
Hello again.
He's most...
What does this toilet chain...
You got brush back, so you...
Bye for now.
May good...
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello.
I've gotta go.
It's been...
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there, George.
Okay.
Так, что мне вообще нужно сделать? Я отвлекся немного и прослушал. Чего не хватает таксисту? Наверное, бензина у него нет. В дневнике, к сожалению, нет записи.
I hadn't come all this way to... Hi, Nijo.
Hello again.
So long, Nijo.
Toodle pee.
Жаль, что диалоги нельзя перечитать.
Hello again.
Why?
I've gotta go. The stand was selling... This is what trap...
Друг, повтори, что тебе нужно.
Hello
Умоляю.
again, Ultar.
He's most splendid.
Самый лучший клиент. Что ты хочешь от самого лучшего клиента?
Bye for now.
May...
What do you make of...
Filthy! Bad!
Okay, I'm going. In the still air, the
Мужик
smell
очень
hung
сильно
around
обиделся на
like
меня.
bad smells do.
Ключи можно взять. Видимо, я тут что-то должен сделать.
Even if I'd wanted to spit my... I knew the door was locked. I knew that...
Так, на ютубе пересмотрю. Вот. Чтоб не гадать.
Most entirely splendid taxi in all Marib.
Поехали
Like an
уже.
old army truck to me.
Bah! You Americans with your checkerboard caps and your judd hearses. You have lost sight of what a taxi should truly be.
About 4 tons by the look of it.
There, you have hit the nail in the nutshell.
Okay already, let's go.
Regrettably not, most esteemed pair. There is a minor problem.
Технические неполадки.
The fan belt has taken it upon itself.
Do.
What can I do? On itself to break.
Ремень нужен. Думаю, это полотенце подойдет. Только как его снять?
It was a roller towel dispenser.
Или, может, прибор для измерения давления подошел бы. Ага. Ключи надо было использовать, чтобы открыть шкафчик.
It didn't seem. Hello again, Ultar. Is this any use to you?
My friend, the very thing, yes!
Ultar took the towel from me, cut it in two lengthways, and gave me half back. With his half, he did the kind of fan belt replacement that's normally done with stockings.
Now, if I knot the ends together, so... Serviceable, yes? Very serviceable indeed.
Stockings might work on a Bentley, but on a truck, the coarse toweling did the job nicely.
Come along, my friend. You want to see the bull's head? Yes?
У меня еще осталась половина полотенца несколько часов спустя. Кто-то следит за нами. И зачем мне эта рогатка?
With a flourish, I tied the end of the towel to the stick with a textbook reef knot. I was now in possession of the patented Stobart stick towel.
Полотенце на полке.
If I could only... I'd damaged that tree enough for one day. I could see that crack would make a good anchor point. I could see that crack would make a good anchor point. Well, that looked really safe, but I had no choice. I hadn't anticipated going mountaineering when I'd come to Syria.
Прочное полотенце. И мне кажется, что Джордж вообще ими воспользовался, просто спрыгнул вниз. Тут явно проход.
I didn't like the idea of putting my hand in there. But hey, what the heck? I was only risking mutilation. No blade took my hand off at the wrist, and no scorpion stung me, for which I was very grateful. But there was something in there. A metal ring, as wide as my hand.
Может, так достану? Нет? Больше тут вроде ничего нет.
Close up, the niche looked somehow artificial.
Я вроде уже все попробовал использовать.
I took a firm hold of the ring. I tried not to think of death traps, and pulled.
Джордж, а ты сразу не мог потянуть?
Around the corner, I found the corpse. Oh my God. Klausner? Large as life and twice as dead. I'd hardly had time to accept the fact when I heard the door mechanism start up again. Oh man, no! The door had slammed shut, trapping me. I had a bad feeling about how Klausner had died.
Бедняга Клауснер так и не нашел выход отсюда.
I couldn't think of anything to do with the statue, apart from scaring small children with it. A stone head bearing... It was a strange image, but a powerful one, redolent with antiquity and ancient mysteries. Whatever had been in the bottle had been drunk. Klausner must have died of thirst and dehydration. Bullwhips might be handy for exploring ancient ruins, but they're no use when you're trapped in a cave. Klausner clearly fancied himself
Да
a
ладно, может
modern-day Indiana
пригодится.
Jones. I've done more fun things in my life than searching a corpse, but as my life expectancy wasn't great, I figured I should try every new challenge that came my way. I cautiously flicked open the jacket. Hey,
Линза.
what's this? I'd found some kind of lens. A very old lens made from a very hard glass. That settled it. The knight on the manuscript had been holding a lens the whole time, not a crystal ball. I searched the corpse. No portable phone, no demolition charges, no 5-course meal. You'd think international conspirators would go around better equipped. So much for whips. I couldn't take the inscription with me. All I could do was stare at it and try to memorize it. In accidenta cita est in ora mundi. Okay, that would have to do.
Не знаю, что это значит.
The mouth's opening. It must be Ultar. My God, if he comes in, we'll both be trapped. Ultar! Don't come in! It's a trap! Stay where you are! You!
Это Хан.
Hello, Mr. Stobart. We meet in the most unusual places. Please, do not make any sudden moves. I have no desire to maim you.
Did you say maim?
I did. Dead men tell no tales, as you say. And I want to hear everything that you have to tell me.
And what if I don't want to talk?
Then I shall, most regrettably, have to kill you. Rest assured, however, that I am an excellent shot you would not suffer.
Oh, that's good. Believe me, I'm really assured.
It is rather dark in here. I think we should conduct our business outside.
Why should I make myself an easier target?
If I fire at you, Mr. Stobart, I shall hit you even in here. But, unfortunately, my marksmanship will suffer. It could be the difference between hitting you in the leg or the groin.
Boy, it sure is hot in here.
No sudden moves, Mr. Stobart. Now then, where shall we start?
How about being bosom buddies and you putting that gun away?
Klausner, do you know where he is?
Klausner? Who the hell's Klausner?
I followed his trail here, as I believe did you.
I never heard of this Klausner guy before. I just asked around about strangers and got lucky.
Luck is a commodity that you are sorely pressed for now, Mr. Stobart. I have been watching you since you arrived in Marib.
You have? I never noticed you.
Precisely my point. You don't know what I know. Please, bear this in mind when answering my next questions. Now,
Лучше ему не врать.
where is Klausner?
Okay, he's dead, just around the corner of the cave. Do you want to look?
I shall trust you on that. How did he die?
Starvation or dehydration by the look of it.
He was caught in this trap you were shouting about? Yes, I suspected as much. The Templars were not ones to give away their secrets lightly. Was he carrying anything of importance?
Думаю, он знает про линзу.
Well, there was something in Latin up on the wall.
Latin? Do you remember it, Mr. Stobart? What did it say?
In accidenta cita est, in ora mundi.
Ah, the words of Caesar. Yes, that makes sense.
Well, I know that roughly it means to the west, to the edge of the world. But what the heck is that about?
It tells me where the sword of Baphomet lies. Mr. Stobart, I am sure that you are just what you appear to be. A gifted amateur.
Thanks, I think.
But I can no longer tolerate your interference. There is far more at stake than you realize.
So what are you gonna do?
I regret that we must end this here and now. Your only choice now is whether you die like a man or like a dog.
Я хочу выжить.
Hey, look now. Don't kill me. I've got money. Maybe we can cut a deal.
You disappoint me.
Okay, you're the boss. I'll take my medicine.
I should like to shake your hand.
Электрошок можно использовать. Наконец-то он пригодился. По возвращении в квартиру Ника.
Luckily, the canopy on Ultar's truck broke my fall.
Thank goodness for that.
The worst part of the experience was Ultar's driving.
What about the lens? Is it still in one piece?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's good to see you again, Josh.
Really? Well, I have to say, I'd have enjoyed Syria a lot more if you'd been there.
I wouldn't have been much help. Anyway, you did just fine on your own.
Just how long have you known Labano?
Andre? We met at college. He helped me out when I was a fresher. Showed me around, that sort of thing.
You never told me that before. I thought he was just a working acquaintance.
So he is. I rarely see him these days. You know, he hasn't changed much. A little lesser at the front, perhaps. I'd forgotten how much fun he could be.
I brought you a present from Syria.
Подарок из серии. Цепочка от
Oh,
дочки.
Josh, you shouldn't have bothered. What is it?
This.
A necklace. It's rather heavy.
Ethnic craftsmanship at its most rustic.
Oh, of course, I love it.
You do?
It will always remind me of you.
Я оставил себе цепочку. А вдруг она мне еще будет нужна,
Have
гент?
you any idea what this lens might be used for?
В соборе, наверное, нужно
A
использовать
magnifying glass, obviously.
на статуе.
I'd better get back to the question.
Патруль вернулся.
You're back.
Me, I have returned.
Well, I wasn't expecting to see you back here again.
No? Well, it is a strange thing, but I am here on duty.
On duty? But you're just sitting there drinking wine.
No, I am not just drinking wine. I am undercover.
I must be missing something. You're in uniform.
Precisely, monsieur. My cover is that of an indolent, wine-guzzling police officer.
You've got me convinced.
Merci.
Ему отлично удался образ.
In reality, my every muscle is poised, every nerve honed. I am drawn tight, ready to pounce. Bang!
Who or what were you planning to pizzang on?
You must have heard, monsieur, of the terror that is gripping Paris.
You mean the killings? Oh, at last, someone's taken action.
People die every day. No, I am on the trail of Sewer Jacques.
Who?
Sewer Jacques, the terror of the subterranean city. He pops up here, he pops up there. The cops, they seek him everywhere.
Он, наверное, про меня.
Is he so hush or beneath the neck? That damned elusive Sewer Jacques.
Bravo, that's very good.
Merci. I was up half the night writing that.
Только я тут, наверное, шастаю по канализации.
Who is this Sewer Jacques character anyway?
Ah, if we but knew that, we could have him in custody in an hour. But he is cunning. To despoil the sewers of our fair city, he has committed many deceptions. He has pretended to be a police officer and deluded a poor war veteran.
Uh-oh.
He has pretended to be a jongleur.
Wow, is that the time?
And an American tourist. What nationality are you, monsieur?
Canadian. Well, gotta go now. See ya. Well, it's not everyone who can say they started an urban myth.
Шикарно, линза подошла.
Into the end of the scroll like a hand into a glove. Per disciplinum meum lux videbus. Hey!
3 элемента линзы нужно вращать так, чтобы внутри круга появилось узнаваемое изображение. Введите курсор мыши на ручку, чтобы он принял форму руки. Затем перетащите элемент линзы влево или вправо. Когда элемент линзы примут верное положение, Джордж сразу поймет это. А я пойму? Так, давай ниже.
Below him a date in Roman numerals. A Knight Templar burning at the stake, and a date. Let me see. MCCCXIV. That's 1314.
И что мне делать с этой датой?
Per disciplinum. A Knight Templar burning at... Let me see. M1314. A stone knight carrying all on the end of the staff around the. Hello again, Father.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Do you speak Latin?
You ask this of a...
Okay. Can you tell me what per disciplinum meam lux videbus means?
Let me see. That would be, by my teachings, you will see the light. I think.
Yeah. I noticed that the stained glass window on...
You have a key. It was a...
Oh.
Oui.
Эти фразы уже были.
Catch you later.
Au revoir.
Может, мне еще что-то нужно найти?
A knight. There. Biblical reference. I guess. To think of the...
Тут вроде одинаковые реплики.
A stone knight. A stone knight. I wondered if this guy had... Well, but other... I didn't have time to sit around. A row of old pews. I thought of all those Parisian dairy firm buttock, the flat... That... Whoa! A priest.
Ладно, пока выйду отсюда. На всякий еще осмотрю статуи.
A statue of the Templars were... If the dissolution... A knight...
Канализацию, наверное, не буду спускаться.
In French, English, and German. In 1312, Pope Clement V dissolved the knightly order of the Templars and excommunicated in the following their Grand Master.
Схожу в участок.
Sergeant Moo?
Yes.
I'd like to report...
Yes, monsieur.
I'm the victim.
I see.
Out, they stopped.
Could you...
Я же ему уже рассказал. Про видом.
See you later, Sergeant.
По возвращении в квартиру Ника.
I solved another puzzle.
You did?
Well, I guess I did.
Well, what was it? What's the answer?
1314.
What does that mean?
It was the date when Jacques de Molay was burned, wasn't it?
Of course.
The answer was hidden in a stained glass window. When I looked through the lens, the picture changed. It became a man surrounded by flames.
It seems to me the answers to the Templar puzzles are as cryptic as the clues. Sometimes I wonder if the manuscript isn't an elaborate joke.
The Knights Templar weren't the kind of people to play jokes, were they? I'd better get back.
Куда же мне дальше? А, я ведь в какую-то другую страну мог отправиться. Насколько я помню. Ну, перед этим посмотрю, что тут есть. Ничего нового. Поместье де Воскончало. Несколько часов спустя. Красивое поместье.
Hi, is this the de Vasconcelos house?
Who wants to know?
I could tell the old coot was gonna be trouble. My name's George Stobart. I was wondering whether...
The house is not open to the public.
This is the de Vasconcelos house.
And what business is that of yours, senor?
Look, all I want is to speak to the head of the household.
There is no household. Only the Countess and myself.
Tell me about the Countess de Vasconcelos.
She doesn't receive guests. That's all you need to know.
You don't even know what I have to talk to her about.
She hasn't won the lottery, has she?
Нет, она не выиграла ни в какую лотерею.
No, she hasn't won the lottery.
A more cunning man might have claimed that she had.
Oh yeah? They might have, might they?
And that more cunning man would have been kicked off the premises. The Countess doesn't do the lottery.
What do you know about the Templars?
Who wants to know?
Are you angling for a bribe or something?
You have nothing that I want, senor, except the pleasure of your absence.
The guy was
Я никуда
obviously
не уйду.
protecting the Countess against the whole world. But why? Do you recognize this man?
No.
This lab?
Nothing.
Would you like to
I don't...
Look at this.
It's a tissue.
Yes. Have you got any...
No.
Do you know what...
See, I have a similar tool for opening calves.
What do you mean?
So that's it. You're a salesman.
If I was hawking... I'll be going.
Adieu.
I'm no student of architecture, but the little building looked old. I wondered if it was some sort of summer house. The main part of the house was old, but nowhere near as old as the gatehouse section. I didn't like the idea of carrying 30 yards of hose around me, so I left it alone.
Может, так смогу передавить шланг. Правда, зачем я это сделал? Я не знаю. Ну, Жак отошел в сторону, как будто они при делах.
Yeah?
See, my hose never stops.
Well, I'm sorry to hear it. It's always sad when an old tradition comes to an end.
Did you have anything to do with it?
Well, I'm shocked. I'm mortified. How could you think such a thing?
Very easily, senor. Very easily. I'm going to find out why my hose has stopped. And that means going into the house. You are not, absolutely not, to go in the house. If you do go in the house, I will set the dogs on you.
Понятно, дверь в дом заперта была, да? Ну, Глен бы меня не пустил туда. Тут вроде по идее открыт. Шланг нельзя взять. Пойду за ним.
The armor was about my size. I had a mental vision of putting it on and clanking off to see the Countess, with the gardener hanging hopelessly on the outside trying to stop me. apart from being stupid and unworkable. It was a great plan.
Там собаки.
Hey, you. I know you are there, American.
Он меня заметил.
Alright, you dogs.
Или нет? Он просто на шум пошел.
It was a small mirror hanging over the sink. From the scum in the sink, it looked like he shaved there. It was just a little utility room with no exit, unless you counted the window, and I didn't.
А вот и хозяйка поместится.
My name's George Stobart. I'm sorry to burst in like this.
You must leave at once. You're not wanted here.
Please, if you'd just listen a minute.
Very well. State your business, Senor Stobart.
There's been a series of murders, part of some conspiracy. Anyway, the trail led me here.
Here? There is nothing for the outside world here.
Over 600 years ago there was.
What do you mean?
This whole thing ties in somehow with the Knights Templar.
The Knights Templar are dust.
They had a secret that was so important, they went to a lot of trouble to hide it.
I do not see what this has to do with my family.
Your family had a strong connection with the Templars, right? I believe that they have planted some clues here.
Why should I believe a complete stranger who barges into my home?
Just let me have a look around. If I find nothing...
You'll be spending the night at the police station. Very well. Please, sit down.
I know your family is involved with the Templars, but I don't know how.
You should be asking how my family were involved, Senor Stobart. The Templars ceased to exist centuries ago. And as for De Vasconcelos, the line dies with me.
I'm sorry.
Don't be.
Okay, whatever happened almost 700 years ago. So, if the Templars left any clues, they're going to be in stuff that dates back to the early 14th century.
Obviously.
So, what do you have around here that's early medieval?
Early medieval. Let me think. Well, the house is relatively modern, a scant 3 centuries old. Or, of course, the chess set.
That chess set is over 600 years old? It must be worth a fortune.
Indeed it is. Not that I would part with it, of course.
No, I wouldn't either. That's the sort of thing that gets handed down to your children. Sorry.
Its value is less than you might think. The set is not complete. One of the pieces is a modern replacement. As to the original, it was lost a long time ago.
Nobody has any idea where it is?
No. The children had it when they were taken.
Children? What children?
All in good time, Senor Stobart.
Нужно найти шахматную фигуру.
May I examine the chess set?
Certainly. But do not move any of the pieces.
Okay, thanks. Close up, the modern piece stood out like a sore thumb. There was something else odd about the set. All of the original pieces had irregular bases.
My lady, I have to warn you, there's a... You! Why, I'll feed you to the dogs.
Lopez, what have I told you about feeding intruders to the dogs?
But, my lady...
Never without my permission. Senor Stobart, if I find that you're wasting my time, you will be fed to the dogs. Now, I want to show you something interesting. Follow me.
Гостевой домик.
Lopez, unlock the door, por favor. This is the only remaining structure on the estate contemporary with the Templars.
Nice. What is it, a summer house?
A mausoleum, Senor Stobart.
Oh.
Come with me.
Hey.
Yeah?
I do not know what you have told my lady to be shown these favors, but I do not trust you.
You've got nothing to worry about. Aren't you coming in?
No, the dead do not interest me. My garden is a living thing. I will be there.
А он не боится, что я что-нибудь сделаю его госпоже?
Wow, this is old.
It was constructed in the 13th century as the final resting place for the De Vasconcelos Templars.
It's well maintained.
These are my ancestors, and they deserve respect. I come here at least once a week to say a prayer for them.
Mind if I have a look around?
By all means.
Нужно закрыть окно.
Now what? There was nothing to snuff.
И, насколько я помню, нужно как-то зажечь тут свечку.
I couldn't climb up there without break. High up in the dome, I guess they might open them to make it less stuffy in there. Hanging from the ceiling was a huge yellowed candle. It looked really old and had never been lit. Now what? Feeling like an idiot, I put a big statuette of the Virgin Mary kept an eye on the place. On removing the Bible, I found a pattern on the lectern top. Hey! It's a checkerboard! Close up, I could see that the pattern was made up of glass squares over a checkerboard pattern. The mausoleum contained 5 tombs for 5 of the Knights Templar, man-size in marble.
Нужно ей рассказать о находке.
You may ask.
Who exactly are these people?
My ancestors. These 5 men were all members of the Templars.
5 ancestors in the order. You must be very proud.
Not 5, 6.
Where's the 6th knight?
He was lost to us.
You lost an ancestor?
It is a family matter. It can have no relevance.
Well, it's connected with the curse of the De Vasconcelos, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I hope you will honor my desire not to talk about it.
Okay, well, I'll leave it for now. Is the Virgin Mary really the right person to be sharing a mausoleum with 5 knights?
You are showing your ignorance, Senor Stobart. The Templars were dedicated to the Virgin Mary.
You certainly know your history.
What's your opinion of the Templars, Senor Stobart?
The Templars? Well, they seem no worse than a lot of the knightly orders.
You are mistaken. Compared to the simpering politicians of the Hospitallers or the brutish Teutonics, the Knights Templar were the embodiment of chivalry. The filthy, money-grabbing French king and his pet pope did a great wrong. A bane settled upon my family at the whim of that self-seeking tyrant.
It was all a long time ago.
Some things don't die. Injustice is one of them.
What's the story with the glass chessboard?
Glass chessboard? Oh, the pattern on the lectern, purely decorative, I'm sure.
There are pieces of glass missing from it.
Oh, it has been like that since I was a girl.
The gaps in the glass chessboard look awfully deliberate.
No, it is ridiculous. What possible significance can it have?
It's part of a chessboard, and the gaps are for...
Senor Stobart. You cannot mean...
This place was built for the Templars. Your chess set is as old as the Templars. It's kind of suggestive, isn't it? I think this must be it. This is what the manuscript is pointing to.
This is extraordinary.
Надеюсь, шахматы у нее с собой.
The Templars left a puzzle here. And in all of this time, we failed to realize that there was a puzzle.
It was wonderful to watch the Countess change before my eyes.
Right. Well, no time for wallowing in self-pity, eh, Senor Stobart? This mystery has had a good long run, but it ends here and now.
All those years of fatalism were falling away from her.
Lopez! Lopez! Put that hose down and listen! Go to the house and get my chess set. Now hurry! My, this is exciting, is it not?
Don't get too excited. This could be a blind alley.
Oh, I do not believe that for a moment.
It's good to see you happy.
Happy? You know, I think I am.
While we're waiting, I'd really like to know what happened here. I mean, the curse and everything?
It all began at the time of the dissolution of the Templars. Don Carlos had already left their ranks to become a scholar.
Don Carlos? Is he the guy who went missing?
Si, but he had reckoned without the local bishop. Their bishop envied us our lands and determined to use the papal edict as an excuse to destroy us. Don Carlos was on one of his scholarly journeys when the Inquisition arrived. When Don Carlos returned, it was to find his loyal manservant slain and his children gone.
They took the kids? But why?
Oh, we will never know. The bishop denied all knowledge of the children's disappearance. But witnesses had seen his men kill the servant who had been charged to protect them.
What happened to Don Carlos?
He swore he'd find his children if he had to go to the edge of the world. He put on his armor and took up his sword and shield and rode out alone. He was never seen again. Lopez, you have the pieces.
Si, my lady, as you asked.
Por favor, Senor Stobart, would you be so kind?
Наверное, еще последнюю фигуру надо найти.
I believe Senor Stobart's motives are pure.
Very well, my lady. My lady seems to trust you.
But you don't.
No, senor.
It fits, Senor Stobart. It fits.
Working quickly, I found which pieces went into which holes.
В каждую фигуру нужно вставить соответствующее отверстие. Щелкните по свободной фигуре и посмотрите узор на ее основании. Точно так же можно посмотреть узор на доске, щелкнув мышью на отверстие. Каждую фигуру нужно вставить в соответствии с соответствующим узором. Для этого перетащите фигуру на клетку с отверстием. Если вы попытаетесь вставить фигуру в неподходящее отверстие, она вернется на свое место сбоку. Притаскивайся.
Pieces in place, the square bases fit onto the white.
Расставив по местам.
Figure out where to place them.
В общем, теперь белые нужно расставить, да? Их перевернуть нельзя. Тут, наверное, шах и мат надо поставить. Может, тогда сюда? Не так. Красное не перетянуть. Может, мне все-таки фигуры не хватает еще. Назад можно вернуться? Можно. Странно, что я только эту фигуру могу двигать. И только по 3 клеткам. При этом ничего не происходит. Да, господи, еще фигуры не притаскиваются. А, понятно. По центру в любое место их можно поставить, господи. Странно, что их можно ставить только в центре. Я уже, наверное, все возможные варианты перепробовал.
Bingo. I mean, checkmate.
А можно еще раз смотреть доску?
Senor Stobart, look!
What is that? It's not the Holy Grail, is it?
No, Senor Stobart. It is the communion chalice of the De Vasconcelos, missing for almost 700 years.
Wow. Well, go on.
I cannot. I can hardly believe it is real.
Go ahead. Live a little.
Are you sure? This is your moment of triumph, Senor Stobart.
Sure, I'm sure.
Реликвия ведь ваша?
The possibility of death traps only occurred to me a few days later.
По возвращении в квартиру Ника.
So the curse of the De Vasconcelos is lifted?
Oh no. The Countess was thrilled to find the lost chalice. But there's still the riddle of the missing knight.
Well, you can forget about that now and get back to finding the Templar's secret.
Actually, I promised the Countess I'd find Don Carlos.
You what?
I can explain everything.
You have got the odds for a withered old Spanish aristocrat?
The Countess entrusted me with the
Николь не
chalice
ревнуй.
and the quest for her ancestor's tomb.
You're as crazy as she is. Haven't you got enough problems? Khan and the Templars?
It's all part of the same thing. The chalice is important, I'm sure. The manuscript pointed us to the knight, and I have to find him.
What then?
I don't know. But when the knight and the chalice are reunited, maybe I will. This is the chalice I discovered in Spain.
I still can't figure out why the Countess gave it to you. After losing it for all those years, she simply gave it away to a total stranger? She's one prawn short of a paella.
The Countess is a fine lady. You shouldn't compare her with seafood.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's something going on between you and that Countess.
Are you serious? She's old enough to be my grandmother. I'd better get back.
Надеюсь, кубок подойдет к статуе. Иначе я не знаю, что с ним делать. Нет.
The chalice from the mausoleum was obviously of superior workmanship, but grimy and tarnished. Hello again.
Bonjour, monsieur.
What do you make of this chalice?
It certainly looks very old.
About as old as this church, I think.
There seems to be an engraving on it.
Yeah? What does it say?
I do not know, it is very tarnished. With your permission, I could try polishing it. I promise I will be very careful.
That'd be very
Пусть
good.
отполирует его.
This shouldn't take very long. Feel free to look around.
Okay, thanks. On the end of the staff was some kind of disc around the base. Hey, thanks.
It is my pleasure, monsieur.
What was the writing on the chalice?
It was not writing, my mistake. It was a coat of arms. The remarkable thing is that it seems very familiar.
Yeah?
Oui, I think I have seen it on that wall tomb in the far corner. That winged horse is quite distinctive.
Boy, what a shine you...
Merci. It is all...
Catch you later.
Oh.
Он ведь про тот угол говорил.
Now that my attention had been drawn to it, there was no mistake. There was no name on it. but the coat of arms was undeniably the Pegasus of the De Vasconcelos family. I'd found the last resting place of Don Carlos. My eye was drawn to the biblical references carved into the edge of the tomb. Hey, maybe these biblical references mean something.
На гробнице рыцаря вырезаны беспорядочные буквы, вы должны найти ссылки на цитаты из Библии. Название книги, глава и стих римскими цифрами. Например, Евангелие от Луки, глава 8, стих 2, было бы обозначено следующим образом. Лука 18+2. Вы должны найти и выделить все ссылки. Если вы выделите ссылку целиком, буквы останутся посвященными, в противном случае они погаснут. Как только ссылка будет выделена, Джордж прочтет ее. Насколько я помню, в этой головоломке одна из записей должна быть вертикальна, но я не помню где. Так вот, псалмы.
Psalms 22:21. Not much to go on, but it must have meant something. If I examined the tomb more closely, there might be other clues to find.
Может, еще 0 надо было выделить, нет? Не, все правильно. Еще псалмы.
Psalms 32:7. The numbers refer to a chapter and a verse in the Bible.
Так, если вертикально смотреть. Тут вроде буквы друг по-другому стоят.
John 4:11.
Еще есть что-то. Должно быть двоеточие, да? По идее, последний вариант, наверное, где-то здесь должен быть, но я название книги не знаю. По формату только эта строчка вроде подходит. Или может тут еще вертикально есть запись. Понятно, всю строку надо было выделить.
But a series of Roman numerals ran around the plaque. I made a note in case they meant something. Psalms 32:7, John 4:11, Corinthians 1:4-5, and just one more.
Мне, наверное, тоже стоило это записать.
21. I may not be perfect, but I've got a memory like a steel trap. The chalice had led me to these inscriptions, but it looked like a happy coincidence to me. After all, the De Vasconcelos arms were already on the manuscript. Nope, I was still convinced that the chalice had some significance all of its own.
Еще что-то можно сделать с кубком.
Well, I could have just taken, but I wanted to be sure what I'd be getting out of vandalizing a church, other than deported. Carrying all that arm. Hello again, Father.
Bonjour, monsieur.
I noticed...
Oh,
oui.
Он больше ничего полезного не рассказывает.
I didn't have time. A statue of the Templars were dead. If the dissolution hadn't happened...
Может, мне нужно вернуться в квартиру к Николь? И надо ей рассказать о находке. Либо мне опять в канализацию. Ага, он мне не дает спуститься.
I think he suspected me, and the last thing I needed at the moment.
Теперь даже нельзя с ним поболтать.
Hello, George.
Look at the chalice now, Nico.
What happened? It's shiny.
The priest at Montfaucon buffed it up for me.
That's incredible.
Yeah, looks as good as new.
No, you found a use for a priest. That's incredible.
Let's take another look at the
Попробуем
manuscript.
манускрипт еще раз смотреть. Тут предметы нельзя использовать.
There's a woman, but the reflection has a knight with the knight's through my... There's a guy working on a... I'd better get back.
Дружище, выручай.
Hi, Andre.
Расскажи мне, что делать дальше с кубком.
Hello, George. Where have you been?
I just returned from Syria.
Syria? On the trail of the Templars?
It's a long story, but I found the bull's head. It was referred to on the manuscript, remember?
Yes. What is it?
A secret cave built into a high cliff face. In the cave, I discovered a map bearing a phrase in Latin. In accidenta cita est in ora mundi.
The island of Britain.
Lies at the edge of the world, to the west.
Strange. That map seems to contain a series of pointers.
Like I said, it's a treasure map. While I was in Syria, I discovered a strange pagan statue. It was like a head with 3 bearded faces. Horrible.
That sounds as if it could be Baphomet, the idol described by the Templars.
The poor Knights of Christ had an idol that looked like that?
Ну, Бафомета было 3 лица.
The description of the idol came from the evidence extracted by the Inquisition. Mind you, not one statue or idol was ever found on Templar property. Until now, that is. Just last month, a statue of Baphomet was unearthed right here in Paris.
Where?
At the Institut Hermétique de Naval. The statue is beneath the foundations. It was discovered by some workmen while renovating the building.
Can you tell me more about the statue of Baphomet?
It's a fearful image, even now. A bearded head. The base of the statue is carved with Templar symbols. One of the workmen noticed a curious stain at the base. He claimed it looked like blood.
Blood?
That's right.
That is...
Нельзя ему показать кубок.
Thanks for your help on...
You're welcome.
Бедняга весь в краске.
Hey, you! Get away from my dumpster.
Okay. The painter had a pot of gunmetal gray primer hanging from the barrier.
Hey, monsieur! Get away from my paint pot!
Okay.
I should think so. Meddling with a man's paint pot. Pah!
Excuse me, could you help me?
What is it?
I've got a few questions. You're doing a fine job.
Merci. I have my professional pride.
I don't think I've ever seen a Gauloise smoke so stylishly.
It's a natural talent.
I'm being sarcastic.
I'm being indifferent.
You're very good at that as well.
Merci. Vive l'indifférence.
What does the word Templar suggest to you?
Templar?
Nothing.
Nothing.
So, what are you doing here?
I am having my break.
Yeah, I mean when you finish your break.
When I finish my break? An interesting concept, monsieur.
You'll probably need to think about it.
I could have another cigarette while I consider. Perhaps tomorrow too?
Okay, let me put things differently. What were you hired to do here?
I was hired to keep the archaeological dig in the basement of this building clear of debris, and to touch up damage to the door frames with my little pot of paint. It's a very responsible job. Unfortunately, I'm not a very responsible person.
So what do you know about the excavation?
I know they won't let me in to do my job. I would complain to my union, but
You couldn't be bothered to join.
Right. Tell you what, though, I'm surprised at the sort of people interested in this excavation.
What's unusual about the visitors to the excavation?
None of them look like archaeologists to me.
Do you know what an archaeologist looks like?
Three-piece suits, crocodile-eyed attaché cases, Rolex oyster.
But no archaeologist dresses like that.
Quite right, monsieur, quite right.
So, who are they?
Who cares as long as they pay me?
Have you seen this man before?
Yes, he asked me a lot of questions, just like you.
Хан уже побывал тут.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Yes, it's a communion chalice. I know, you know, I used to be an altar boy.
You?
Yes, me. What's so funny about that?
Nothing.
A greasy tissue, or they'll...
I've got
I used to work in...
Oh?
I had a cigarette break in a pocket of methane. A manhole cover landed on the other side of the Seine.
Как ты выжил?
I was pretty sure the shaken shot. Has a guy calling himself...
Was he wearing a t-shirt with man...
I doubt it.
Then
I have some
Amazing.
Be seeing you.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Нужно будет его как-то отвлечь, чтобы забрать краску.
I couldn't imagine what I'd achieved by turning the dial. The doorway led to an old utility closet that had lost its door. There was nothing interesting in there. I couldn't see any use for a collection of dirt and half bricks. Do you mind if I use the phone?
Be my guest. I'm paid to guard this door. The phone can look after...
Hi, Nico?
Georges, what have you discovered?
Nothing yet.
Nothing. Is something wrong?
No.
Georges, why are you calling me?
Oh, no reason. I just wanted to hear your voice.
You did? Well, this is my voice saying, don't bother me, I'm busy.
Oh.
Ничем же Николь занята. Сейчас.
There was a closed door with toilet scratched into the cheap veneer.
That door's locked, monsieur.
I couldn't get to the door. Hi? Excuse me?
Oui?
So, what exactly are you doing here?
I'm guarding. You expect to find me shearing sheep?
Take it easy. I just didn't realize you were a guard. I'd like to use the washroom, but the door's locked.
Oh, that's no problem. You can have the key.
Thanks. Hi again.
What is it?
Перед тем, как идти в уборную с ним, поболтаю еще.
I'd like to
Расспрошу обо
know
всем.
what you're guarding, please.
That's a secret.
It wouldn't happen to be an archaeological site, would it?
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you.
Then why ask?
I had a feeling this was no normal hole in the ground. What do you know about the Knights Templar? There was a long pause during which the guard said nothing. Then he said,
Nothing.
Nothing at all?
Is this a test?
What, like a history pop test?
No, like a test.
Okay, yes, it's a test.
Then I know absolutely nothing about the Templars.
The guard was being amazingly evasive. It was going to take more than goodwill to get past him. I thought better of he might be on the
Oui?
A sudden...
No?
Do you... Look.
Ah, just if you give me that, you can enter through the door.
Really?
Of course not. What would I want with an old tissue?
Остряк.
This guy...
So it is.
Have you seen this man before?
Oh.
You have?
No.
Видел.
I got this plaster from...
Not,
Talk to you later.
Au revoir.
Посмотрим, что в туалете.
I wasn't about to wash my hands in this place, so I didn't need to dry them.
Было.
Oh boy! Dirty soap! How do they do that?
Может, слепо ключи надо сделать?
I could make a copy of the key. The key had made a clear imprint in the soap. The bar of
Хорошо,
soap
что у меня
had
еще
the
остался
imprint
гипс.
of a key in it. I knew keeping that plaster was a good idea. With the plaster and the imprint, I was on the right lines. I had filled the key's imprint in the soap with dry plaster. You can't make a cast without wetting the plaster. But wet plaster alone does not make a cast. The key's imprint was now filled with wet plaster. I
Нужно
used
его
the dryer to
подсушить.
speed up the process. Well, it had taken a while, but I had made myself a completely unconvincing plaster key. Way too fragile to use in a lock. I'd have to substitute it for the real one. Trouble was, it looked like plaster and not metal. Then again,
Мне нужна бронзовая
the
краска.
plaster statue in Syria hadn't looked like stone until I'd been a bit artful with it. Maybe I could improve the key as well. Being in a charming comfort station like this made me think fondly of the toilet in Syria. That place was kept in pretty good order. At least, it had been until I vandalized it. Still, it was all for a good cause. The thing felt really hot. Big demands seemed to be being made on it. I didn't want any coal. Maybe not.
Hey, don't go with...
Hello, Nico.
What do you want?
Some
You're the man on the spot, George. I can't hold you around all of the time. Au revoir.
Телефон мне, скорее всего, тут понадобится. Не просто так же его поставили в этом месте.
I couldn't imagine. A thermostat was mounted over a radiator. The radiator was pumping out heat as the thermostat was cranked right over to full. No wonder it was warm in here, even with the door open to the chill of fall. The doorway was full of assorted old tea. Hi again.
What is...
Here's the keys.
Merci.
Пока отдам ему ключи.
It sure is hot in here.
I have to have the door open to allow the workmen access, so why not? I turn the heat up.
You could wrap up warm.
I have my gloves if it gets cold, but why bother when it's warm anyway?
Talk to you later.
Au revoir.
Угу. Так, можно будет его
Turn
отвлечь.
the heating off.
И потом, когда у меня будет ключ, смогу пройти.
As I'd hoped, the guard put his gloves on.
И что это мне дает?
Hi again.
What is...
I need to use the...
Again?
The door was locked. Hi again.
Here's... Merci, monsieur.
Talk to you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Hi.
Друг, одолжи краски.
I made this... Australia. Be seeing you.
Hey, monsieur!
Okay.
I should think so. Hey, you! Get away!
Okay.
Как бы мне его отвлечь отсюда? Может, с его сигаретами можно что-то сделать?
Coulard.
Hello, Nick.
Hi, George.
I'm at the excavation, but they won't let me in.
Damn. We need to know what's in there.
Don't worry. I've got a scheme. I'm going to need your help, though.
Okay. What do you want me to do?
I want you to keep somebody on the phone for a while.
Who?
A painter. I need to get at his pot.
Oh, okay.
Stay on the line. I'll go and get him. Hi, it's me again.
Иди поболтай с Николь.
You've got a phone call.
For me? Are you certain?
It's a woman. She sounded hot.
What woman? You must be mistaken, monsieur.
Well, she asked for that hunk of a man with the nicotine fingers and his ass hanging out of his pants.
Certainly sounds like me. Stand back. It wouldn't do to keep the lady from her hunk.
Еще и сигарету на землю кинул.
The plaster key had soaked up the paint nicely, and now looked pretty convincing. Still felt like plaster, though.
Но в перчатках он теперь не заметит подставу. Механик.
A well-used wheel.
To where she She was all over me, and then suddenly, nothing but abuse.
Really?
What? Abuse? Ah well, I have a cigarette to finish. And monsieur,
Ты же выбросил сигарету.
again, I am not available.
Какой деловой. Занят он.
Hi again.
What is...
I need to use the,
Одолжи ключи.
Again?
I have... Now, I'd substituted the fake key for the excavation. Hi again.
What is it?
I held my breath and hoped that he wouldn't notice the substitution. Here's the keys. Thanks.
Merci, monsieur.
Ключ у меня, но как теперь им воспользоваться? Может, опять Николь поможет?
Hi, Nico.
I'd guess.
What did you say to the painter?
I shan't repeat it, Josh.
Look, I need to get the guard out of the way. Could you call back and ask him to get the painter again?
Okay, I'll call back soon.
Джордж ни капли не подозрительный.
This looked like a good place to watch things develop.
Пока охранник здесь, Джордж мог бы проникнуть на место раскопок.
It's the phone.
Yeah, who is it?
How should I know? What am I, your social secretary?
It's not a chick, is it?
Yes, it's a woman. Are you going to answer it?
Does she have a warm, sensual voice like molten chocolate?
Yes, she has a really sexy voice. Now get a move on.
I'm not talking to her.
I can see that. You're wasting time talking to me.
No, you don't understand. I refuse to talk to her.
You refuse? You refuse? I'm wasting valuable time.
Don't make me laugh. Your time valuable? You just stand around all day.
I have a highly
Ты тем же
responsible
самым
job.
занят.
Don't bah, me, you elephantine oaf. My job is important.
Impossible. They would have hired somebody competent in that case.
Meaning what?
Instead of which they hired a dismal rent-a-cop like you. All epaulettes and no brains.
Why, you...
This looked set to carry on for some time. It was too good an opportunity to miss. I couldn't see anything useful to do with the planks. There was no doubt about it. It was the same sort of idol I'd seen in Syria, Baphomet. The Templars had certainly been through here.
Нет, не понимайся.
Close up, the pattern didn't make any sort of sense. It fanned out around an axis point, a kind of focus to one side.
Отлично, кубок подходит.
And there it was, decoded by the curves of the chalice, the image of a church.
Все. По возвращении в квартиру.
I found out what the chalice was for.
You've solved the puzzle?
Yeah, there was a distorted picture at the Baphomet site. When I viewed it in the polished surface of the chalice, it changed.
What did it show?
A picture of a church with a square tower. That... Let's take another... There's a guy between them. There's... But the... Through my... I guess I'd better...
Наверное, опять нужно сходить к Лобину.
Hurry back, George.
Hi, Andre.
Hello.
Нет.
Do you reckon...
No.
What? In? From a dig?
Bueno.
What is this?
Nothing.
What do you...
Nothing.
Thanks for your help.
Yo.
В поместье можно вернуться.
Mausoleum.
Теперь здесь свечи горят.
Now what? Feeling like an idiot, I put it down. I couldn't climb up there without breaking something. High up in the dome. I guess they might open them to make it... I didn't want to mess around with the lectern without... The chess pieces had been removed. The candles had been lit. The Countess's way of saying thanks to her ancestors, I guess. It was too delicate to move. George Stobart, grave robber.
Джордж, может, все-таки закроешь окно?
Now what? Feeling like... Hanging from the ceiling. It looked really old. The main part of the... It was a small mirror hanging over the sink.
Угу. В первый раз я не мог забрать
The
зеркало.
mirror from Lopez's utility room. Yep, I was still looking great.
Senor Stobart, what a pleasure.
Hi, Countess. The pleasure's all mine. I've brought back your chalice.
Значит, кубок мне больше не нужен.
You've had it cleaned.
Yeah, I met an obliging priest with a soft cloth.
Have you resolved the Templar mystery?
No, not yet. I don't even know what it is I'm after.
There are many stories of the knight secreting great wealth away.
Whatever. All I know is I don't want the bad guys to get it.
To be young and live in a world of moral absolutes.
I discovered something amazing with that chalice. In Paris, I found a church where they recognized the coat of arms. I found the tomb of Don Carlos de Vasconcelos.
You are sure? There can be no mistake?
The coat of arms on the chalice matches the one on the tomb.
Incredible. You have my most profound thanks. I must go there as soon as possible.
Yeah? Well, I'd be happy to show you the city. There's something else that I discovered carved on Don Carlos's tomb. Biblical references.
What are the references, Senor Stobart?
Psalms 32:7, Corinthians...
I am not a good enough scholar to know the Bible chapter and verse. I meant, what are the quotations?
You know, I forgot to ask the priest.
Нужно будет священника еще раз спросить.
I'll have a look around if that's okay.
My home is your home. I shall remain here.
I wasn't gonna put on.
Hi there, Lopez.
Seniors, an apology.
No, you don't.
I was impolite on our first meeting.
Look, Lopez, just forget about it. I came on like a snake oil merchant. I wouldn't have trusted me in your shoes.
You do not understand. Finding the chalice has given my lady a new lease of life. It's a marvel. She smiles, she laughs. The tradesmen are saying that she is on Prozac.
So the Countess feels that the curse is lifted.
I would not put it so strongly. Your discovery of the chalice was proof that the Templars never abandoned the De Vasconcelos. It counts for a great deal with my lady.
Catch you later, Lopez.
Adios.
Может, зеркало можно где-нибудь тут использовать? Нет.
It was the driveway down to the main road. I didn't want to leave just yet, though.
Да еще что-то здесь должен сделать все-таки.
Mausoleum.
Я вроде совсем поболтал, забрал зеркало. Здесь мне не дают зажечь свечку.
Now what? Feeling like an idiot.
Так, в этот раз ты забрал, да? Библию.
It was the Spanish Bible I borrowed from the mausoleum.
Теперь он, наверное, сможет найти цитаты.
Now that it had given up its secret, the... Hello again.
Please.
Here's the Bible from the mausoleum.
Very well. Let us begin. The first reference.
Psalms 32:7.
Thou art my hiding place. Thou shalt preserve me from trouble. Thou shalt compass me about with songs of deliverance. My hiding place.
Don't get your hopes up too high. This might just be leading us to where we found the chalice.
You are right, of course. The next.
Okay, John 4:11.
John 4:11. Here. The well is deep. The next. Quickly.
Okay. Corinthians 4:5.
Here it is. Will bring to light the hidden things. Any more?
Just one. Psalms again. 22:21.
Save me from the lion's mouth, for thou hast heard me from the horns of the unicorns. Alas, 'tis confusing. Lions, unicorns, what does it mean?
I can't guess.
Salient points seem to be a hiding place and a deep well. In no sense is the mausoleum a well, Senor Stobart.
Is there a well in the grounds?
I do not know. I suppose that there must have been once upon a time. Lopez is the man to ask about anything pertaining to the estate.
Нужно расспросить Лопеза.
I'll have a look around.
My home.
Hi, Lopez.
Certainly.
You must know just about everything that there is to know about this place.
See, I have lived my whole life here in the service of the De Vasconcelos.
Do you know of a well anywhere around here?
A well? Si, senor. This used to be a fortified villa. How can you last a siege without water?
Great. So where is it?
How should I know? The well was covered over in the last century. It was dangerous, you see.
And you have no idea where it was?
None. It was hidden even before my grandfather's time.
You must have a vague idea of where the well is.
It must have been in the old house's courtyard, so that would put it around here.
Here? Okay. Now, how do we find it?
There might be a way. Let me think about it.
Any ideas yet?
Not as yet, Senor Stobart. I shall give it
Думаю быстрее.
Any ideas?
Not as yet.
I borrowed your mirror. I hope you...
No, senor. If you think it will be of help.
Any idea?
Not as...
Catch you later, Lopez.
Adios.
Mausoleum.
Может, тут колодец? Хотя деревья больно близко.
I didn't like... Hello again.
Please.
Тут новых диалогов нет.
Does this...
Nowhere.
Nowhere. I'll have a look around.
My home.
Hi, Lopez. Any idea?
Not as yet, Senor Stobart.
У него все еще нет идей.
Catch you later.
Adios.
The De Vasconcelos, where 5...
Ни одна из комбинаций не сработала.
Now what? Feeling like an... It was a rod. I guessed it was for snuffing out... It was too delicate. The lectern was bare. George Stobart. George. Hanging, it looked. I wasn't about to go clambering on rooftops if I didn't have to. There was a statue of a guy on top of the building. He looked like a knight with a spear and some sort of staff.
Раньше эту статуэтку я не замечал. Но это мне ничего не дало.
Down below the estate, it was a beautiful sight. Hi, Lopez. Any idea?
Not as yet.
Catch you later,
Может, я могу
Lopez.
теперь уйти отсюда?
It was the driveway. I didn't want. Hi, Lopez. Catch you later. It was just a little utility room with no exit, unless you counted the window, and I didn't.
Козел издевается. Что за меня уже идей нет. Вообще, что здесь надо сделать еще?
The mirror from Lopez's utility room.
Я вроде уже пытался все скомбинировать.
Hello again. Mind if I sit?
Please.
I'll have a look around if that's
Ни
okay.
реплик не осталось. Что же я не нашел? Куда присобачить зеркало?
I love suits of armor.
На проходы предметы нельзя использовать.
The main part of the house. Lopez. One. Mausolea. Hi, Lopez.
Certainly, senor.
Any idea?
Not as yet.
Catch you later. There was a statue. He looked. I wasn't about to go climb.
Наверное, хочу залезть на крышу.
Down below the. I wasn't about to.
Непонятно, зачем мне этот ключ оставили, кстати.
Maybe not. It was the key to the excavation. The De Vasconcelos, where. I couldn't climb up high up in the. I guess they might open them to make it less. Hanging from the. It looked. George Stobart. The lectern was bare. It was a rock. I guess.
Ладно, воспользуюсь подсказкой. Подозрительная свеча, можно ее зажечь? Блин, ну я пытаюсь это сделать. Но как я должен зажечь? Может, как-то зеркалом луч света направить сюда, но... Зеркало не дают нигде использовать. Ну и нет никакой линзы, чтобы сфокусировать свет.
Now what? There was nothing to snuff. feeling like an
Этой
idiot,
штукой не
I put
дают
it down again.
воспользоваться.
Maybe not. The mirror from low.
Почему горящую свечку нельзя взять?
It was too.
Здесь еще знак такой, как будто я взять могу. Что-то, но здесь ничего нет. Понятно, салфетку нужно поджечь. Да, огонь потух, потому что окно не закрыто. Я с самого первого прихода сюда пытаюсь его закрыть.
Now what? Feeling like an idiot.
Нельзя палкой закрыть. Теперь ты все-таки закрыла. В свечке что-нибудь спрятано? Шахматная фигура? Наверное.
The candle had burnt brilliantly, but only for a couple of minutes. Some kind of special formulation, I guess. And had yielded up this. A complex shape expertly cut in stone. I figured it was some kind of key. It was a smooth, intricately carved piece.
Ладно, не шахматная фигура. Может, теперь садовник знает, где искать.
Hi, Lopez.
Колодец.
Got a minute?
Certainly, senor.
Any ideas?
We are looking for a source of water, see?
Yes.
For generations, the Spanish country folk have had a secret way of locating water, even if it is meters beneath the ground.
Ah, you're not talking about water dousing, are you?
Eh?
You know, you get a stick and walk around until the stick twitches and dig there.
Oh, you've heard of it.
Yeah, I think most of the planet has. Okay, let's get a stick.
Uno momento. It must be a special stick. A Y of hazel.
Right.
Надеюсь, у тебя есть
Do
такая.
you have any hazel trees?
See? Here. That is hazel.
I went over to find a suitable stick. I don't believe it. There wasn't a single usable Y-shaped branch on the whole damn thing. So that was what a hazel...
Тут орешник идет.
Hi, Lopez.
Do you know what this is?
No, senor.
Yeah, I think...
Where did you...
It was hidden.
And my...
Ah. This tissue...
You won't get any...
Зачем я теперь с собой таскать гелевую салфетку?
Adios.
There wasn't a...
Тут еще режет.
I went over to find a suitable stick. Aha! Hi, Lopez.
Certainly.
Well, I got my device.
Simplicity itself, senor. Hold the wand at the upper ends of the Y. Apply a little tension with your wrists so that the slightest movement of the wand's tip is clear, and walk slowly and steadily over the area.
Sounds easy enough. We'll find this well in no time.
Где же колодец? Садовник уже тут отдыхает.
Senor Stobart, you've found something.
This is it. This is where we find the secret of the Templars. Hidden here for hundreds of years. Lost from the sight of man until now. The mystery is revealed.
It's a tin can.
I've been
Консервный
walking
банк.
up and down with a twig in my hands, looking for a tin can.
It had water in it. That's what the dowsing stick must have detected.
I'd have to check with an archaeologist, but I don't think the Templars left that.
In truth, Senor Stobart, the loan was laid many, many years ago. This can could date back to the Napoleonic Wars.
Get rid of it and I'll try it again. Lopez threw the can away. It seemed to fall an awfully long way. The splash at the end confirmed what we both suspected. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
It has been here all the time. All those years and nobody found it.
Stood in awe for a moment, marveling at the secrets all around us.
I could have fallen down that.
А он сможет потом меня поднять?
The well had been lost for decades at least. The air was cool after the noon sun, but that's not what gave me goosebumps. I have a really, really bad feeling about this. Sometime in antiquity, there'd been a rock slide. Some big ones. I wished I'd had a hard hat.
Каски у меня нет.
From a distance, the lion's head had been impressive. Close up, it was frightening. Hey, one of the fangs is a separate piece. I could hear the sound of a lot of stone moving, and I knew I was in danger. Oh, very funny, you psychos!
Senor Stobart! Senor Stobart! Are you all right?
It's okay, Lopez, I'm fine!
Hey, susto me has dado! You gave me a scare!
Nice try, Templars. I wished that I had Leary's flashlight now. It was too dark to see, and I had to rely on touch. It just felt like a pitted stone wall. I'd almost been killed for the sake of a red herring. I realized I could use the mirror to reflect the light from above. There, in the middle of the door, I could see some kind of socket. It looked like this wasn't quite the dead end it seemed.
Фиг знает, что там.
Now I knew what I was looking for. It only took a few moments to find it. And there it was. A worked socket. As smooth and perfect as if it had been carved only yesterday. I slid the stone key into the lock. There were buttons that turned the dials.
Так, еще пароль надо ввести, да? Мне, наверное, эти часа надо ввести. 14, 28. Тут таких цифр нет. Хотя... Что случилось? Что за звук был? Блин, а что я с 28-то начал? Странно, эти круги поворачиваются не на одно деление, а сразу на несколько. Теперь нормально станет поворачиваться.
I heard the sounds of the lock moving. Either that or the wall was going to come down on my head. I must have made a mistake. The lock spun back to neutral and nearly took my fingers off. I was going to have to start from
Что
scratch
не
again.
так? 27. А как мне 6 вести? Наверное, просто пустота должна быть, да? На верхнем диске. Что там дальше-то будет? 6. Это ведь 81 вроде. Стоял полтинник. Почему опять диск стал? Не пойми, как проворачиваться. Пока вроде все правильно. Диск крутись нормально.
Oh, yes! Bonus points for that, I hope. I knew the old Stobart fingerwork wouldn't let me down.
Шахматная фигура.
Before I left, though, there was one last thing to do. You won't be needing that replacement piece anymore, Countess. I found it with the children. You'll probably want to be alone for a while. I'll be out in the garden with Lopez.
George, welcome back.
Come in, George. It's good to see you again.
Is it?
Sure. What did you find in Spain?
Without Andre, we wouldn't have got this far, George.
Yeah, I know. The clues led to an underground chamber at the bottom of
Но
the
основную
well,
работу
the
все-таки
template
сделал
of a
Джордж.
tapestry showing a chessboard. The white pieces were vastly outnumbered. There was a stream running across the board, and a Templar knight on a horse.
Does it mean anything to you, Andre?
No, nothing.
Maybe we should tell Andre what else you found, George.
There's a map and a Latin inscription to the west at the edge of the world.
George found that in a cave in Syria.
Yeah, where the assassin almost killed me.
Then we have got the burning of Jacques de Molay and the date, 1314.
From the window of the church in Montfaucon Square, one of the few places where nobody tried to kill me.
Then we have the image of a church that George found at the excavation. I don't recall anyone trying to kill you there either, George.
And finally we have the tapestry in Spain. Did I mention I almost got killed there?
Not yet, but I'm sure you're about to.
It was only my cat-like reflexes that saved me from certain death.
Cat-like reflexes, eh?
And while I was risking life and limb, where were you, Andre? Getting your glasses fogged up over an Etruscan vase?
That's enough, boys. Can we get back to saving the world?
Of course. My apologies.
He started it.
Well, the Latin phrase are the words of Julius Caesar. He was describing the island of Britain.
Are you sure? The map didn't look much like Britain.
How come Caesar described Britain as being at the edge of the world?
To the Romans, the Mediterranean was the center of the universe. Britain was a remote, unfriendly place, inhabited by blue-painted savages.
It hasn't changed much.
They've stopped painting themselves blue.
Except when they go to a football match.
They used an extract from a plant called woad, Isetis tinctoria. The Scots were using it until fairly recently in their wars with the English.
Fairly recently? I don't recall the Scots being at war with the English. How recently are you talking about?
I believe William Wallace's men used it in the 13th century. They might well have been using it as late as...
You can't remember, can you?
1314.
Ah, we're back onto that, are we?
André, what is it? What do you mean?
1314 in Scotland. The Battle of Bannockburn.
That would explain the stream on the chessboard. That's what a burn is. Right, Andre? As in Bannockburn?
Right, George. And it gets better. Tradition has it that the Scots were helped by a shock force of, well, can't you guess?
Knights Templar?
Yes, a group of outlawed Templars. They are said to have turned the tide for the Scots.
And it all ends at a church in the Isle of Britain at Bannockburn in a church.
What are we waiting for? I'll call a cab.
I can't go.
Andre, you've been loads of help, but...
What George is trying to say is that you shouldn't feel guilty.
I was?
We understand you've got commitments.
Нет, мы не понимаем.
Don't worry. Let's go, George.
We'll see it through. Oh, and, don't worry about us.
Андре мог бы и с нами поехать. На следующее утро.
Where are you going, George?
Do I need to spell it out?
Don't snap at me. If you're going to take a leak, why don't you say so?
Okay, I'm going to take a leak. L-E-A-K.
Tickets, please.
Oh, hi.
That's a standard full-price peak return. Don't you have a senior citizen's rail card?
I rarely travel by train. My ticket is perfectly valid, is it not?
Шо?
Well, yeah, but you could have saved up to a third of the cost.
I do not need to indulge in puffling
Или Хан, как там его звали. Хан.
Blimey, you're a funny old bird and no mistake. Tickets, please, sir.
Here.
Off to Stirling, eh?
Yes, we are.
Well, I hope you won't be disappointed. It's a miserable place this time of year. Still, there's plenty of pubs and a lovely view from the castle.
Thank you.
I don't want to worry you, but there was something familiar about that guy.
Are you sure? You're tired. Perhaps you're mistaken.
Maybe. But I didn't like the look in his eyes when he spoke to you. Pardon me. She must be deaf.
Не отвечает.
Yes, my dear.
Do you know what time we're due in Stirling?
6:15, but we're running 8 minutes late.
Do you know Stirling well?
Yes, I do. Is that where you two lovebirds abound?
Yeah, we...
It's one of the places we thought we'd stay on our holiday.
Be sure to visit the castle, won't you?
Oh, I'm sure it's a neat place. But we are not really interested in history, are we, George?
No. What's the book you're reading?
Oh, it's something I picked up at the station. A medieval detective story. Quite well written for that kind of thing. It's been out of print for years.
Is there a church called St. Ninian's at Stirling?
Yes, there is. And I know why you're going there.
You do?
Of course I do. It's obvious you're in love. You're eloping. And they say romance is dead.
What's the title of the book?
The Crooked Crusader Caper by Molly Pegram. I assumed the author was a woman, but apparently not. His real name is...
Professor Nigel Pegram.
That's right. Do you know him?
No, I never met him.
George is a great fan of his, though.
Do you know what this is?
Yes, I do. A young friend of mine shook my hand with one just the other day.
Yeah? Well, that's outrageous. He should be shot.
Perhaps. Still, his intentions were good.
I'm sorry that you've been zapped by one of these things.
You shouldn't be.
Does the name Merlin mean anything to you?
Merlin, a master of illusions. Oh, you said Merlin? Then no, nothing.
Would you believe that this clown's nose led us to being on this train tonight?
I would indeed.
No, honestly, You would?
Certainly. You have an honest face.
Yep. That's a nose with a history, all right.
So you said.
Так и не выдал себя. Не хочу я Николь одну оставлять с ним. Но, видимо, выбора нет. Надо выйти.
Can't you sit still, George?
I need to go to the John.
While you're there, check out the buffet car, George. Unthinkable though it is, I am hungry enough to eat English food.
Okay. Hi. Having a party?
No, this is breakfast. Come on, join us, man. Away, Basha, wake up, man. What's company?
His breath was like the outlet from a chemical factory.
Excuse me, mate, he's taking a nap. Sleeping like a bobby. I'll wake him up when we get to Newcastle.
We passed through Newcastle half an hour ago.
And I never noticed.
Приехали в свою остановку.
What is that stuff you're drinking? It smells like gasoline.
Right, I'll put hairs in your chest, like.
And your eyeballs, too, by the looks of you. Have you ever seen this man before?
Aye, man, he's chalky white and I claim my 10 quid, like.
No, he's an international assassin, and he goes by the name Khan.
Well, aye, man, but I was close, you know.
Do you know what this is?
No, man.
It's a hand.
You won't.
If I'd... would you like a red nose?
No, thanks, pal. I got one of my own.
See you later. I didn't want to wake him. To be frank, without a cold water hose, I didn't think I could wake him. All I could see of the man's face was a massive purple bruise around his eye. The windows seemed to have been sprayed with tiny flecks of froth. The windows seemed to...
Что там за пена?
Why not?
It's freezing out there.
The man's face was blotched and unshaven. Hey, buddy. See you later.
Нельзя забрать их напиток. Он вроде его не пускает из рук. Ладно, оставлю их пока.
Oh, no. That gangster creep from the hotel. Guido. Well, he didn't scare me. Hey, Buster. This is a no-smoking car. Okay, maybe he did scare me. It got worse. I suddenly realized who the conductor had reminded me of. Eklund, Marquet's murderer.
Все собрались на этом поезде.
The door was...
Может, пьяницу можно на него натравить?
Hey, buddy. Listen, I need your help.
What's the matter?
There's a guy on this train who's trying to kill me.
Relax, man. You wouldn't try nothing with us in Basharia. We are veterans like. Slow action at Brightlingsea.
I don't recall the British Army being involved in a conflict in anywhere called Brightlingsea.
Well, you just take it from me, pal. You're in safe hands.
See you later.
Надеюсь, он мне на самом деле поможет. Кстати, попробую открыть, пока он пьет. Нет, нельзя. Так, а куда Николь делась?
I should have known better than to leave Nico and the old lady alone. Suddenly, the sword of Baphomet took second place to finding the girl I loved.
Никаких улик нет.
Hey, buddy. Did you see what happened to the young woman in the next compartment?
No, Paul, I didn't. Have you lost her, like?
She's disappeared. The old lady, too. I think they're in trouble.
Oh, yeah, man, an old lady, too?
Yeah. You gotta help me.
Maybe they went to the toilet, like?
I don't think so.
They never go on their own. Always in pairs, you know?
No, she's been abducted, I'm sure. I've got to go look for her.
What's stopping you, pal?
The conductor. He's not what he seems.
You want to avoid him, like?
That's about it, yeah.
No problem.
See you later.
Придется все-таки подойти к виду.
The door was... I really didn't want to shoot the Guido looked like a weasel in a cheap suit. He also looked like the kind of man who wouldn't lose one.
Нельзя к ним подойти. Может, мне нужно электрошоком разбудить друга пьяницы? Нет?
Hey, buddy. See you later.
Do it, pal. Don't jump.
I don't intend to jump. I'm going to climb on top of the train.
You're kidding, aren't you?
Just watch me.
А до этого я не мог окно открыть.
Hold on there, pal. I'll give you a hand, like.
Только в нас не стреляй. Хорош. Теперь успокойся.
I always wanted to stop the train, and now was my chance. You saved our lives, but why?
We were always on the same side, Stobart, different
Ты пытался меня убить.
but a common enemy.
The Knights Templar?
Don't call them that. The real Templars were a noble foe. These barbarians have no right to that name. These men are no better than dogs.
What are the Neo-Templars after? What is the Sword of Baphomet?
Not what you think, my friend. It is a weapon, yes, but one which our enemies will find difficult to wield. A double-edged sword. A power older than Demolay, older than Solomon.
We'll stop them. You and me together, and Nico.
No, George. My journey ends soon at the Garden of Paradise.
You're talking in riddles. Can't you tell me straight what they're after?
The sword symbolizes a colossal energy caused by the alignment of the Earth's natural power fields.
Which are focused at St. Ninian's.
The energy endowed the Templars with the power which made them great. A power which made them charismatic to such an extent they could control the will of all around them.
How did you escape from the bull's head?
It is a long walk from the cliff of the bull to the village Stobart. Fortunately, I know the ways of the wilderness.
That is not...
May Allah guide you to our enemies.
Thanks.
One last thing.
What? What is it? He's dead.
Не договорил. В первую очередь надо было Николь освободить.
Don't worry, I hadn't forgotten about you.
Answer me this instant, George Stobart.
I will, when I'm ready.
That's not fair, George.
No.
You took advantage while my hands were tied.
When Eklund pointed that gun at me, I thought I was gonna die. I thought of all the things I'd never get to do, and kissing you was at the top of my list.
George.
Uh-huh.
George, we've got to get off the train. Eklund could recover at any time.
So what are we waiting for?
А нельзя пистолет забрать?
What are you doing?
I'm out of here.
Not that door. Do you want...
Not especially. What remains of him is well on his way back to London. I hope he was traveling on a return ticket.
Следующим утром до рассвета.
I'd feel happier if we had a gun or something.
Khan gave me something.
What?
His handbag.
Oh, great. If we run into any killers, we can give him a good buffeting. Didn't he have any weapons?
You don't know half of it. This bag's full of C4.
Wow. Why didn't you say so? Boy, we'll show him now. What's C4?
Он хотел тут все взорвать.
George.
We're going to shop our way to victory?
2 kilos of plastic explosives. The detonator's broken now.
No problem. We'll buy a box of matches somewhere.
It doesn't work that way. It takes a small explosion to start the big explosion.
Well, that's not much use then. What does that sign say?
Apparently during the English Civil War in the mid-17th century, this place was used as an arms dump.
Yeah? What happened?
Look at the state of this place, George. You work it out.
Oh, stray spark?
You got it. The tower was the only thing to survive the blast.
I hope the explosion didn't destroy the Sword of Baphomet.
Do you? I rather hope it did.
Согласен с Николь.
I scrabbled around in the rubble and found an old clay pipe with a broken stem. The handle turned easily, and the larger wheel began to revolve. Damn! Then the handle came off in my hand.
Подойдет ли рукоятка сюда?
I pushed the handle into the demon's mouth. No. It was no good. The clay pipe wasn't meant to fit in that hole. I was sure the clay...
Забрать рукоять нельзя.
I tried pushing the panel, but wasn't surprised when it failed to move. Above the carved cross was an indecipherable inscription. For all I knew, it could have been scribed in Gaelic. Nico?
Uh-huh.
What are you doing?
Committing this inscription to memory.
Can you read it?
No.
The pipe could have been anything from 50 to several hundred years old.
Без понятия, что я тут должен сделать.
Red Nose had nothing to grip onto.
Может, в куче хлама еще что-нибудь есть?
Under one of the stones, I found a metal coin which was green with age.
Еще монетка.
It was caked with soil, but what I'd found was a small cog and spindle. With mounting excitement, I felt something between my fingers. It was short, hard, and black. Something I hadn't expected to find here. It was a plastic pen top.
Сокровище нашел.
I didn't find anything.
Все, больше ничего нет.
The cog was one of those objects I wished I hadn't carried in my pocket. It was an old coin. The pipe could have been anything from... Maybe not. It was a... Now that the handle was gone, it was easy to remove the cog and spindle.
Шестеренки нельзя объединить. Их, наверное, тут надо вставить.
The cog slipped neatly into the eye socket. With a rasp of metal on stone, I eased the second eye into place. The cogs all meshed. It began to turn. As soon as I saw the flickering torches, I realized the bogus Templars had beaten us to the sword. But where were they now? And why was it so quiet? It looks like the Templars got here first.
We might not be too late. There's still a chance.
I wish I had your optimism.
So do I, Josh. Sometimes you're so negative. Listen, I can definitely hear chanting.
You're right. I hear it too. What do you suppose they're doing?
It wouldn't surprise me if they were holding some kind of satanic sex ritual.
So, what are we waiting for? Will you look at that? Baphomet.
Видимо, в это место есть другой вход.
This place was ancient even to the Templars.
This whole place? This is Baphomet?
Finally, the truth. The Templars had never worshipped this graven image, no more than they'd worship a rainbow. But, like a rainbow, they regarded it as a symbol of a covenant with God, who'd revealed this place to them.
Rosso! Why, the double-dealing treacherous?
On the contrary, Inspector Rosso has been the model of obedience, an important quality in a true Templar. Now be quiet and watch, if you wish to live much longer.
Brothers and sisters, we are gathered here to witness the reforging of the sword that was broken. Here before God's sentinel, Baphomet, Grand Master and Knight of Baphomet, we salute and pledge our obedience to you.
I salute you, gatekeeper of the temple. 7 centuries ago, our greatest weapon, the sword of Baphomet, was lost to us. Now we prepare to reforge it, to wield against new enemies. We shall lead the people to a new order, wherein all borders will dissolve. All will be united under the Red Cross of the Templars. George, we have watched your efforts to stop us with respect. But surely you realize that you have been misled by our enemies. Both of us want a better world. Fortunately, no harm has been done. We need determined, resourceful men like you. Join us, George. Join us in true brotherhood.
Yeah.
А что насчет Николь?
Wait. Brothers? What about Marquet? What about Pegram and Klausner? You didn't look on them as brothers, only as failures. 3 men dead, and you don't give a damn.
George, you know that sacrifices are necessary. Every great undertaking.
Join you. I'll see you in hell first.
Oh, George, I had great hopes for you. C'est la guerre. Eklund, kill him.
Инспектор?
I swear, I just wanted things to be right.
Take them. Kill them. They
А что с этим мужиком?
escape.
Well, well. If it isn't the great detective and his beautiful assistant, it's going to be a pleasure killing the pair of you.
George, what are we going to do?
И Джордж что-то стал маленьким.
Come on, Nico. We're leaving.
You fools! You cannot escape us. Guido! Stop them.
But master, the powder!
That powder is from the English Civil War. You fool. It's over 300 years old. How explosive do you think it can be?
I thought it was all over.
Бегите уже отсюда.
One last trick up her sleeve. Or in her handbag, to be exact. A handbag full of plastic explosives.
Maybe, but this stuff is brand new.
И так наши герои стали убийцами.
We didn't stay long in Scotland. George had a vacation to finish, and I had another story to write. Not the real story, of course, but enough half-truths to fill a page and pay my rent for the month. George and I hung out together in Paris. I showed him my favorite restaurants, and he told me his best jokes.
You know, Nico, this city holds so many memories for me now. The cafes, the music.
The sewers.
Tell me about it. The clowns.
The jugglers.
And your pal Labano.
Oh, yes, dear Andre.
When we first met, and I was doing my detective stuff, you kind of disappeared a lot, Nico. Were you and Labano,
There was something happening, but nothing to do with Andre.
Uh-huh.
It was something from the past that I had to deal with, on my own. So, I dealt with it, and now it's over.
Hey, did I ever tell you the one about the old Irish couple in the lottery?
No, but I think you're going to.
Okay, there's this old Irish couple. They've been married forever, like 50 years, and they win the lottery. And they think, what are we gonna do? They
Еще дополнительные материалы можно посмотреть. Пара слов от создателя. Спасибо за то, что играете в Broken Sword. В 2010 году компания Revolution отпраздновала свой 20-й день рождения. В 1990 году была спасена Берлинская стена. На рынке компьютерных квестов тон задавала компания Sierra, создавшая серию King's Quest и другие известные игры. Ей на пятки наступала компания LucasArts, создававшая новые остроумные и забавные квесты. Вскоре должна была выйти игра Monkey Island. Я был директором по развитию в компании издателя Activision. И мне захотелось создать студию, которая бы бросила вызов американским гигантам. Тони Уорринер, дизайнер и программист, с которым я работал за несколько лет до этого, признался, что ему надоело писать программы для авиации. Его коллега Дэвид Цайск был с ним солидарен. А Нойрин Кармоди, который была генеральным управляющим британского отделения Activision, хотела перейти от издания к разработке. Это команда Revolution в 1990 году, когда мы начали работу. Шон Бреннан, в то время глава компании и издателя Microsoft, однажды пригласил меня на обед и сказал, что если я создам студию, то он станет финансировать и издавать наши игры. Все сошлось как нельзя лучше. Нам осталось только придумать концепцию. В дальнейшем эта концепция превратилась в Lure of Temptress. Механизм квеста, основанный на системе, которую мы называли виртуальный театр, позволял персонажам расхаживать по игровому миру. Мы работали неделями, разрабатывали прототип, а затем отправились в лондонский офис Microsoft на презентацию. По дороге мы оставили машину на несколько минут и без присмотра, и в нее забрался вор. Он украл радиоприемник, но по какой-то причине не забрал компьютер на заднем сиденье, который даже не был застрахован. Работа пошла дальше. Microsoft одобрили игру, и так появилась компания Revolution. Плохо, что шрифт такой мелкий. Неприятно его читать. Команда разработки игры 90-х. 5 человек. Идея создания серии игр Broken Sword возникла, как и многие другие превосходные идеи, за ужином с большим количеством вина. Это было в 94 году, и я ужинал с Нойри Кармоди и Шоном Бреннаном, который тогда уже был директором по изданию Virgin Interactive. Разговор пошел о мифологии тамплиеров, о которой тогда почти не слышали, и о богатом историческом наследии, из которого выйдет отличная компьютерная игра. И так за 10 лет до того, как тема тамплиеров стала необычайно популярной, родился проект «Сломанный меч». Первые наброски Джорджа. Один из первых набросков Ника. Мы строили очень большие планы в связи с этой игрой, но и конкуренция была высока. В Revolution у нас была прекрасная команда, создавшая несколько удачных квестов, но для перехода на новый уровень нам нужно было привлечь самых лучших представителей индустрии развлечений. Я убедил присоединиться к проекту талантливого молодого художника Ганна Phellon. Он и его коллега Нил Брин, который раньше работал на студии Don Bluth, в Дублине сделали карандашные наброски задних фонов, а после мы их перевели в цифровой вид и раскрасили в фотошопе. Мост через Сену, удивительно запоминающийся мост через реку Уз в Йорке. Главных персонажей и вступительные ролики создал прекрасный мультипликатор Майк Берджес, работавший на студии Red Rover. К сожалению, несколько месяцев спустя он трагически скончался в возрасте 20 лет. Несколько лет до этого я играл крикет с композитором Барингтоном Phellon. После этого мы потеряли связь, но когда я нашел его и предложил написать музыку для игры, он с радостью ухватился за мое предложение. Так родился замечательный коллектив. Разрабатывать игру было очень увлекательно, но не без своих сложностей. После выхода на сломанный меч обрушился поток как хвалебных, так и критических отзывов. На следующий год мы выпустили сломанный меч 2. После перерыва в 5 лет мы перешли к 3D-графике в сломанном мече 3, а затем и в сломанном мече 4. Хотя переход к трехмерному изображению был идеей спорной, он был необходим для поддержки со стороны издателей. При этом мне еще долго припоминали мое необдуманное высказывание о том, что point-and-click квесты давно умерли. Таинственный Дуэйн, кто же он на самом деле? Он из ЦРУ. И знает ли это его собственная жена Перл? Вроде да. Шантель неудачливая официантка из самого начала игры. При подготовке данной версии мне повезло поработать с художником комиксов Дэйвом Гиббонсом, с которым мы уже сотрудничали при создании игры Steel Sky. Дэйв нарисовал лицевую анимацию для каждого персонажа и создал новые видеоролики. Достойно напоминания и труд Тони Уорренера, который был одним из самых главных членов Revolution с момента ее создания, а также Джуста Питерса, с которым Тони программировал расширенное издание. И, конечно же, нужно упомянуть коммерческого директора Нойрин Кармоди, которая помогла компании воспользоваться благоприятными временами и остаться на плаву в трудные времена. Особенно я горжусь тем, что через 15 лет после начала работы над нашей первой игрой многие поклонники до сих пор интересуются нашей продукцией и высказывают неподдельный интерес к этой серии. Спасибо вам, Чарльз Сесил, создатель. К 1996 году команда выросла. Чарльз Сесил сегодня с менее густыми волосами. Лучше бы написали какой-то год. Норин Кармоди, одна из основателей. Чарльз и Дэйв работают над игрой Steel Sky. Это Дэвид Гиббонс сегодня. Тони Уорренер, один из основателей и программист расширенного издания. Котейка. Джуст Питерс, нынешний программист Revolution. Фотография сломанного меча Константина. Памятник был возведен возле Йоркского собора несколько лет назад. Жаль, что весь памятник не показали на фото. И вроде бы здесь еще что-то осталось. Небольшой комикс. Я полюбил фотографировать, когда мне исполнилось 12 лет. Папа подарил мне фотоаппарат. Мы были на каникулах, только он и я. Тем летом я была ребенком в последний раз. Папа сказал, что гордится мной, что я очень красивая. Тут, видимо, расскажут побольше об отце, Диконь. Потом лето кончилось. Папе нужно было уезжать. Я не знала, что меня ждет. Не боялась будущего. Не подозревала. Самолет разбился там. Взорвался. Неожиданно я осталась одна. И теперь в конце каждого лета кошмар возвращается. Каждый раз я смываю себя грусть. Даю ей раствориться. Звонок. С рассветом приходит покой. Да и работа помогает. Фотожурналисты редко сидят без дела. Ника Калар? Калар же вытащи свой зад в Пале-Рояль. У тебя интервью с первым Коршоном. Да, с тем самым Коршоном. Потребовал именно тебя, не спрашивай почему. Так или иначе, он шишка важная. Так что если положит на тебя глаз, улыбайся, соглашайся и все записывай. Да, босс. Это интервью могло стать порывом для меня. Пьер Коршон был королем СМИ и любимцем нации. Я радовалась солнцу как никогда. Несмотря на толпы туристов на улицах Парижа. Позднее, в другой части города, Джордж, сержант Му, €10? Серьезно? Хорошо, пожалуй, возьму. Скажите-ка, офицер, где бы туристу выпить кофе в этой округе? Так значит, Джордж виделся с Му еще до взрыва? Почему они тогда не узнали друг друга? Кафе, месье? Кафе Шантель Верт очаровательно. Оно вон там. И правда очаровательно. Положил глаз на официантку. Знаете, Париж осенью прекрасен. Продолжение в сломанном мече. Тень тамплиеров, расширенное издание. Но при этом этот комикс вначале был недоступен. По мере прохождения открывался постепенно. Ладно, все. На этом на сегодня закончу. Что будет завтра, точно не знаю. Но, наверное, засяду за вторую часть. Я первые 2 части сломанного меча пройду. Ну или если будет попрохладнее, то может Биошок я пройду первый. Ладно, все, всем спасибо за компанию. Удачи, хорошего настроения.